Great. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome you to the regular meeting of the Milwaukee Planning Commission. Agendas and additional copies of staff reports are available on the city website at www.milwaukeeoregon.gov. You may locate them by navigating to the community calendar where tonight's meeting page is posted. If you have not reviewed the agenda, please do. It contains important information about our process tonight. First on the agenda is approval of the meeting minutes from September 14th, 2021. Does anyone have corrections to make? Seeing none. If no corrections, then I will entertain a motion to approve the notes as presented.
I would like to make a motion to accept the minutes as written for September 14th, 2021.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none opposed. Great. The minutes have been approved. Staff, next on the agenda is informational items. Do we have any informational items from staff this evening?
Not at this time.
Great. Moving right along then, this is the audience participation portion of our agenda. This is an opportunity to comment on items that are not on the agenda tonight. Does anyone in our audience wish to comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? If you do, please use the raise your hand function in Zoom to indicate that you wish to make a comment. For anybody who may be on the phone, that would be *9 from your phone. And we'll give you a couple seconds to do that. Please remember that before you testify, we're going to ask you to state your name, spell it for the record, and also your city of residence. And Vera, are you seeing anyone?
I do not see any hands raised, Chair Losfeld, no. There are people in the meeting as attendees, but no one is raising their hands to make any comments at this time.
Great. That's easy. Then we will just move on forward to the first item. Actually, the Community Involvement Advisory Committee is first. At this point of the agenda, the Planning Commission will act as the Community Involvement Advisory Committee. I now ask staff to provide any update.
Sure. I just wanted to let everybody know that as a follow-up to the joint meeting that we had with the Planning Commission and the Neighborhood District Associations, we had some work tasks that we plan to accomplish. And what I will do is when we have those meeting minutes before you for approval, I will give you some follow-up information on what staff has done since that time and what we will do moving forward as a result of that meeting.
Thank you, Laura. I see a hand raised. The next piece here is, does anyone in the audience wish to speak with the Planning Commission in the role as CIAC? If so, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. Once again, *9 if you're on your phone.
Chair, did you skip over the asking if any CIAC members have any items to report? There was one more line in there.
There is. Do any CIAC members have something to report? And I guess that would be Commissioner Sherman is technically a member. So go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair Losfeld, Vice Chair Edge. I think just wanted to comment out for colleagues as well as staff, in reflecting on a little bit of the comprehensive plan process. It seems like thinking about public participation, I wanted to just kind of flag for staff, especially as a resource, the International Association of Public Participation, which is also known as IAP2. They have a really useful spectrum for thinking about public participation that kind of goes from inform to consult to involve to collaborate to empower. And I think in reviewing some of the comment, especially from CPIC members, I think there might have been maybe some misalignment on what some of those members, where they thought they were on that spectrum versus maybe where the process, the staff process was on that perspective. And so wanted to just kind of recommend maybe formally consulting that kind of document at the start of a process, just to kind of level set with people. You know, we're going to be here in terms of where the engagement is, whether it's empower or simply inform. So just wanted to share that as a piece of feedback. Thanks.
And if I could just respond to that really quickly, Commissioner Sherman, thank you for bringing that up. We do look at that as a resource quite frequently, and possibly will be more intentional when we look at it and really try to be explicit about what the role is for each group as we move through the process. So thank you for that reminder.
Does any other member of the Planning Commission or of the Planning Commission wish to share some thoughts? Okay. Oh, Amy, did I see you? Commissioner Ert?
Kind of. I just wanted to mention that I did open the discussion up about how many neighbors knew exactly which NDA they belonged to, or if they belonged to an NDA. And we were able to have a pretty good discussion as far as a lot of people learning what boundary they actually lived in, or if they lived in a boundary. So, you know, there was a pretty good reach. About 60 people commented or 60 comments, and about 180 people voted on where they lived, and it reached about 1.5 thousand neighbors. So that was, I think, a good step in trying to include more neighbors in their local NDA, so that they feel like, so that they have a voice, not just feel like they have a voice. So I think it was a good discussion.
That's great. And that was only just posted since?
Yeah, that was October 28th. So a week ago or so.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll just ask again if any member of the audience wishes to speak with the Planning Commission as their role of the CIAC. If you do, please use the raise your hand feature. That would be *9, or otherwise we can move on to the next agenda item. Vera, let me know if you hear or see any hands raised.
I don't see any hands raised right now, no.
All right. So as mentioned, this will be an ongoing agenda item for future meetings and discussions. And I encourage anybody who'd like to talk to the Planning Commission on matters involving the CIAC, please attend. All right, so let's get to the first hearing item, which is the accessory dwelling unit conversion and required variance at 3521 Southeast Filbert Street. The public hearing of the accessory dwelling unit conversion and required variance at 3521 Southeast Filbert Street is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to consider application number VR-2021-015. The purpose of the application is to request approval for the various applications associated with an accessory dwelling unit conversion at 3521 Southeast Filbert Street. The applicant has the burden of proving the application is consistent with the City of Milwaukee's zoning subdivision ordinance, comprehensive plan, and any applicable municipal code provisions, and the proposal conforms with all the city's applicable criteria. I now ask that staff cite the zoning ordinance section or sections where the criteria can be found.
Milwaukee Municipal Code Section 19.301, low density residential zones. Code Section 19.700, public facilities improvements. Code Section 19.910.1, accessory dwelling units. Section 19.911, variances. Section 19.1006, Type 3 review. And Title 12, streets, sidewalks, and public places.
Thank you. All testimony and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria. Failure to address the criterion or raise issue with sufficient detail to allow the Planning Commission an adequate opportunity to respond to each issue precludes appeal to the City Council based on that issue. Failure to raise constitutional or other issues related to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow a response precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any party with standing may appeal the decision of the Planning Commission to City Council. Persons with standing are those who have submitted written comments or testify in person via Zoom. Conduct of our hearing. If you are here to testify, please remember to confine all remarks to the application and relevant criteria, and to avoid any repetition and not relevant information. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the commission may, if requested, allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. Any such continuance or extension shall be subject to the limitations of the 120-day rule unless the continuance or extension is requested or agreed to by the applicant. We will be checking time this evening, so I want to ask my co-chair to keep time of 3 minutes for anybody who is interested in testifying on this agenda item. All right, let's get to conflicts of interest. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to abstain from this hearing? Please raise your hand or say so. Seeing none. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest? Seeing none. Does any Planning Commission, any member of the Planning Commission wish to report an ex parte contact? I'm seeing none, so I'll move on. Will any commissioner who has visited the site prior to this hearing please raise your hand? I have 2 raised hands. Thank you. Anyone at the site or know anything different from what is indicated on the staff report for this application? Please raise your hand if so. Seeing no hands raised. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the Planning Commission? Vera, please let me know.
I see no hands raised.
Okay. Great. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission to hear this matter? And again, please use the raise your hand function, *9. Vera, anyone?
No hands raised, no.
All right, great. So staff report and presentation. Let's proceed to the staff report.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen. All right. And I hope everyone is seeing a slide presentation.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. Vera Coley is here to present the staff report for master file number VR 2021-015. Okay, the site is located at 3521 Southeast Filbert Street. It's a little over a third of an acre, 15,580 square feet site, and contains a single unit dwelling. The 1-story accessory building, and so that's, you see it here labeled on the image, just on to the rear of the property. The proposal is to convert that accessory building into an accessory dwelling unit. It's located behind the residence there along the back property line. This accessory structure, or this garage, was constructed in 2003. The surrounding area consists of single unit homes on all sides, and all the lots are similarly sized to the subject property. The property is zoned R7. Again, the proposal is to convert that existing 850 square foot garage into an ADU. A variance is required because the existing accessory building has a footprint of 850 square feet, and where the maximum building footprint allowed for structure for an ADU is 800 square feet in the code. key issue for the Planning Commission's review this evening is, would approval of the variance result in any negative impacts? Staff has not identified any negative impacts on converting this garage into an ADU. The garage was permitted and constructed in 2003. All minimum setbacks are met. It's a one-story structure. A narrative was submitted explaining that reducing the size of the existing building by the 50 square feet would be difficult and costly to try to shave that 50 square feet off of the building. The variance would allow for the creation of the ADU at a reasonable cost, and it allows for some additional space for an accessible shower and a laundry area for the applicant's mom who's going to be living in the ADU. Building has a low profile. It's been on the property for many years, so converting it into an ADU is expected to be very compatible with the surrounding development. So we believe that the applicant has demonstrated that the effort and cost of reducing the size to meet the 800 square feet would not have a corresponding benefit for the neighborhood. So staff believes that granting the variance to exceed that maximum by the 50 square feet is reasonable and is appropriate. The approval criteria for a type 3 application is here on the screen. Again, alternatives analysis, making sure that we're minimizing impacts, that the variance has desirable public benefits, and that if there are any impacts, that they are mitigated to the extent practicable. Staff received no comments on the application following the posting and the notice that was mailed to all properties within 300 feet. Again, the staff recommendation is to approve the variance and adopt the recommended findings and conditions of approval that were included with the staff report. Again, granting the variance to exceed the maximum building footprint, which is about 6%, we believe is reasonable and appropriate. And I might just mention that as part of the proposed code amendments, converting an existing structure like this would not require a type 3 variance in the future. So your decision-making options this evening are to approve the application with the recommended findings and conditions, which is the staff recommendation, approve the application with modified findings and conditions. You could deny the application with findings of denial, or you could continue the hearing. The 120-day deadline for the application is January 22nd. That concludes the presentation. I will stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vera. Let's see. Now, Planning Commission, are there any clarifying questions for staff at this time? If so, raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands raised. Thank you, Vera. We will move on then to testimony. Have we received any correspondence on this matter other than those items included in the meeting packet?
We have not, no.
Okay. Applicant testimony. Would the applicant or their representative like to comment? If so, would the applicant please state your name and city of residence for the record, please?
Okay, Chair, I'm looking at the list of attendees and I don't see Mr. Sina on the meeting. And I don't see a hand raised. I'm not sure if he had a representative coming to the hearing, but I don't actually see him in attendance this evening.
Okay. Let's move on then to other testimony in support. So at this point in time, we ask anyone of the audience, if you wish to speak in support of the application. If so, please state your name and residence. Use the raise your hand function so that you can be recognized by staff, or dial *9. I can just give you a second to do that. And Vera, please let me know if you notice.
I don't see any hands raised, Chair Lisfeld.
Great. Okay, well then we will move on to anyone in opposition. Again, we ask if anybody in the audience would like to speak in opposition of the application, please state your name, city of residence, and use the raise your hand function in Zoom or *9 to be recognized.
Again, I see no hands raised.
Okay, and finally, we move into neutral testimony. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak and offer neutral testimony? If so, please state name and residence and use the raise your hand function to be indicated by staff.
No hands raised, Chair Lisfeld.
Okay, we'll skip through rebuttal. And we will go to closure of the public hearing. The public testimony portion of this hearing, VR-2021-015. 3521 Southeast Filbert Street is now closed. This is an opportunity for discussion by the commission. Do any members of the commission wish to start us off? Commissioner Hemer, I see that your hand is raised.
May I ask staff a clarifying question, I guess? And can you go back to the picture on Filbert Street so that we all kind of the house? We could.
Oops. Hold on. Sorry, I think I need to change the screen here a little bit. Just a second. All right. Did you want the aerial photo?
I think the one where you kind of just look at the house.
Okay, sure.
Works.
Yep. All right. Let me do that. Okay.
You know, Laura, you really need to work on trying to figure out how to get some elevator music going on when we're trying to set these things up. So my question is that staff is recommending a fee in lieu of or a construction of a sidewalk?
Yes.
Where those pebbles are, is that where you're asking for that sidewalk to be put in? I'm assuming that's right away, but there's a curb there already, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's an engineering requirement, so I'm going to have to read into this a little bit. Hold on. Let's see. Curb repair is not required, but constructing the sidewalk along Filbert is what was required by the engineering department. Yes.
And since I did not visit the site, I am assuming that we're that pebbled area with the natural grass next to the small maple, Japanese maple, or that is where the sidewalk is to go.
I believe so. Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I understood all that.
Yes.
Are there any other points of comment to be made from the Planning Commission? Anybody wishing to speak on the topic? If not, I will take a motion. Vice Chair Edge, you've raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I have read through the findings and conditions of approval in the staff packet, and I believe that they accurately represent the evidence in the record, and would like to offer a motion that we approve application VR-2021-015 with the findings and conditions of approval included in the packet.
It has been
second that motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. That all those in favor, please aye or raise your hand. Great, seeing all hands raised. Thank you. Okay, it has been approved then that we move forward. And before we do, I'll state the appeal rights. If anyone wishes to appeal the decision of City Council, you can complete an application stating the grounds for your appeal within 15 days of mailing of the notice of decision. Please see planning staff for details. Next on our agenda is Middle Housing Code, our continued hearing number 3. The public hearing on middle housing is again called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to consider application number ZA-2021-002. The purpose of the application is to request approval for the application for code and map amendments for the first phase of the implementation of the city's comprehensive plan. Conduct of hearing. If you are here to testify, please remember, confine your remarks to the application and to its relevant criteria. Avoid any repetition and not relevant information. We will be adhering to this guideline closely. The Planning Commission will make a recommendation to Council regarding whether the proposal conforms with all of the city's applicable criteria. I now ask staff to cite the zoning ordinance section or sections where the criteria can be found.
Thank you, Chair Losfeld. The proposed code amendments relate to the Milwaukee Comprehensive Plan, both the land use map and the residential land use designations. In the following sections of Title 19, Section 107, zoning, Chapter 200, definitions and measurements, Section 301, low density residential areas, Section 302, medium and high density residential areas, Section 401, Willamette Greenway Zone, Section 402, natural resources. Multiple sections within Chapter 19.500 supplemental development regulations, including regulations for single-family dwellings and duplexes, multifamily housing, cottage cluster housing, and row houses. Additionally, Chapter 19.600, off-street parking and loading, Section 700, public facility improvements, numerous sections in Section 900, land use applications. Also relates to amendments in Title 17 for land division, Title 12, street, sidewalks, and public places, Title 13, public services, and Title 16, environment, specifically Chapter 16.32, tree code. The approval criteria for code amendments that are being proposed are in Section 19.902, amendments to maps and ordinances, and Chapter 19.1007, Type 5 land use review.
Thank you, Vera. Conflicts of interest. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to abstain from this hearing? Please raise your hand. Seeing none raised. Does any member of the Planning Commission wish to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest? Please raise your hand. All right. Seeing none raised, we'll move on then to staff report. Let's proceed to the staff report.
Okay.
Vera, is it okay if I share my screen?
Please do.
All right. Just double checking that you're seeing the full one.
Yes.
Great.
Do you mind putting it in slideshow view?
Yeah, is it not?
I'm just seeing the spinning loading sign. I don't know if everyone else is seeing anything different.
Well, while we're spinning and loading, can I just, I think I kind of might have missed my opportunity here to just disclose that in our local group, there has been a lot of discussion about this overall comprehensive plan. So I may or may not have seen comments. I don't think that it affects, is that okay that I mention?
Yes, and you should mention it. So that's good. I appreciate that.
This has been a lot of discussion in group about this. So I may or may not have seen comments, commented on comments overall in the kind of general broader topic of housing, tree coverage, and parking.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst. Appreciate it.
Vera, are you seeing the presenter mode or are you seeing the?
Just seeing the presenter mode, which includes your notes on the side. There you go.
Okay.
Great.
All right,
Thanks,
take it
Natalie.
on.
All right. Thank you, Chair Losfeld and members of the commission. Vera Coley, Senior Planner, here with Natalie Rogers, our Climate Natural Resources Manager. We're going to be jointly presenting the staff report for tonight's hearing. All right, now if you can go to the next slide, please. All right, as we've gone over before, and this is the third hearing for the proposed code amendments. Again, the comprehensive plan has provided policy mandates for this phase one of the implementation of the comprehensive plan in this portion of the project. Those policy mandates are to increase the supply of middle housing throughout the city and provide housing choice throughout the city, to increase the tree canopy and preserve existing trees in the city, and finally to manage parking to enable middle housing and to protect trees. This slide is a summary of the activities of public engagement during the project itself. And we've used this slide in the past as well in order to just summarize what we've been doing over the since last September as part of the implementation project. We've managed project web pages, monthly pilot newsletter articles, CPIC meetings. We conducted stakeholder interviews. We had virtual open houses in both English and in Spanish, community surveys in English and in Spanish, multiple email blasts, social media posts, handouts, like physical, actual paper handouts at multiple locations, again, both in English and in Spanish, presentation to the NDAs, small group discussions in both English and in Spanish, and then monthly updates to both the Planning Commission and the City Council. Next slide, please. In advance of the public hearings, this is just a summary of what's been done before the public hearings began on October 12th here with the Planning Commission. On September 1st, we posted the 35-day public notice with the proposed code package. We updated all of our project web pages, again, multiple email blasts, including all of the NDAs. We posted an executive summary of sort of the key highlights of the code package and utilize city social media as well. At the 20-day notice mark on September 22nd, we did, again, another email blast in advance of the October 12th public hearing. And we did a direct mail postcard to all residential and business properties in the city, informing them of the first public hearing on October 12th. On the 28th, we did a presentation to the Rotary Club. And then in October, we did a Measure 56 notice to all residential properties regarding the tree code. In the October pilot, there was a newsletter, in the pilot newsletter, there was an article about the hearings, and then there is additional tree code outreach and education materials happening right now and into the winter. So the Planning Commission code review schedule, the last two public hearings, we talked about middle housing and parking. There's public testimony and some discussion, deliberation amongst the commissioners. Tonight's focus is on the development related tree code and the tree code itself. There is some summary discussion, of course, on what we've been talking about for the past couple of hearings regarding middle housing and parking. We're asking the Planning Commission to, of course, take public testimony and to deliberate and potentially take a vote to send a recommendation to the City Council for their review of the code package. Next slide, please. The City Council review schedule is here on the slide. So December 21st, we have a work session with the City Council on the code package, and where we are to date, we have the full work session. So I believe it's a full 90-minute discussion with the City Council in advance of the public hearings. First public hearing is tentatively scheduled to be on January 18th, and then you can see on the slide that the calendar of events at City Council is January 18th, February 1st, and then February 15th with a hopeful vote to adopt the code package itself. And then at that point, we have written the ordinance for the code that the code would become effective 30 days post that vote with the City Council. Next slide. This is a slide summary of the recommended revisions to the posted code package based on the discussions we've had with the Planning Commission on October 12th and then again on October 26th. Just wanted to summarize all of this. This is in the staff report as well. Wanting to make sure that staff is on the same page as the commission and that we're moving the revisions forward into our recommendation to City Council. Again, the discussion, as I understand it, is that the proposal is to allow flag lots and back lots in new subdivisions, to reduce the minimum off-street parking for middle housing to 0 spaces per dwelling unit, again, for middle housing, except for cottage clusters. For cottage clusters, the proposal is to reduce the minimum off-street parking in the RMD zone to 0.5 spaces per cottage, which would mimic the off-street parking requirement in the high-density residential zones. Another recommendation is a reduction in the minimum lot size for all middle housing types, except for cottage clusters and townhouses, to 3,000 square feet, and that would include single unit dwellings and duplexes as well. And then there was a collection of reductions to minimum setbacks, specifically for income restricted housing, to provide a little more space on the lots, to hopefully get a little more room for additional income restricted housing. So I just wanted to kind of pause there for a moment just to see if there are any questions from the commission on that summary of kind of where we were with our discussion and kind of consensus from the commission before we move forward with Natalie's presentation of the tree code.
Vera, do you mind if we go to gallery real quick, just so I can see?
Sure. Natalie, can you take us out of that? Yeah, thank you.
So again, Planning Commission, is there anyone who has a question for staff relative to the presentation at this point? Please raise your hand. Yes, Commissioner Sherman and Commissioner Massey. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Chair Losfeld. Vera, I just wanted to confirm, and maybe you could just help clarify, especially for people in the audience, what entails middle housing. It seems from some of the comment we've received, there might be a misunderstanding about eliminating parking minimums across the board. So I'm hoping you could provide a little bit of extra context on that for both the commission as well as the audience. Thanks.
Sure. No, that's a great question and great point. Thank you. As we've defined middle housing within the code per the House Bill 2001, middle housing includes duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters. So those are the housing types that are under the umbrella of middle housing. As proposed in the code, these units, such as a duplex or a triplex or 3 units or a quadplex 4 units, would be permitted to be constructed as detached units. So sort of your classic triplex that is 3 attached units wouldn't necessarily have to be attached. Point being that the code is trying to provide a bit more opportunity or some flexibility for site design to allow for those 3 units to be in detached units. Can help with site design, also with tree preservation as well, to kind of space the units out. But so when we're talking about these, for example, the parking requirements, it's specific to middle housing. It does not relate to single unit homes, and it also does not apply to multifamily or sort of the big apartment complex developments either. It's specific just to the middle housing.
And just as a follow-up question, Vera, while the required minimum would be dropping, would there be any prohibition in the code on a developer choosing to build 1 or 2 spots on those sites?
No, there is no prohibition on actually constructing off-street parking. There is a maximum of 1 space per unit in the code as it's presented right now. But no, there is no prohibition on actually building the parking. There just isn't a required minimum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Massey?
Thank you, Chairman. Vera, thank you. I want to just refresh myself on the path that we took to the current proposal. And so, as I recall, the proposal that came from the CPIC and was advanced by the city staff was for 1 off-street parking per unit in middle housing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then based upon the feedback that you've received from the Planning Commission, that has been reduced to 0.
That has been the discussion to date, yes. And if I may, some of the discussion that we had during the work sessions and then in the hearings was, are there ways to provide, we have by right reductions for income restricted housing. So there was some discussion about how can we provide some additional incentives to be able to get middle housing constructed. And it sort of kind of evolved from the 1 per to 0.5 to a 0.5 per unit discussion, and then to 0 at the last hearing. Yes.
But the discussion from 1 to 0.5, was the CPIC involved in that?
No, those were during the public hearings with the Planning Commission.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Yes.
I am raising my own hand here, Vera, because I just want to be careful about the terminology we use. We did, as a member of someone who was not technically a member of the CPIC, but sat in on a number of the meetings as a member of Planning Commission, we did not vote on any reduction of parking. There was no moment in which all of us said yes, no, or otherwise. And can we be clear about that?
Yes, so there was not a vote of CPIC. There was a poll question during one of the meetings about parking, and what was presented was the House Bill 2001 sort of minimum of the 1 per dwelling unit, and the poll question. And I don't have it in front of me, but it was an understanding that that was what was going to be presented in the code, but there was not a vote for that. Other members expressed, kind of concern or interest in reducing that, but the overall sort of what was presented was that this was what was going to be moved forward in the code package, was 1 space per dwelling unit. I hope that answered your question.
It did, and I just want to reiterate that because it was also brought up by a member of public and testimony that was provided in our packets. Commissioner Massey?
Thank you. This gets to the same point. I won't try to belabor it too long, but I appreciate that clarification. I understand that there was no vote. It kind of gets back to my question of the previous meetings about a consensus, and a consensus does not involve a vote either, okay? In the clearest definition of a consensus, it's not really a vote. It's a general agreement or acceptance by the group, which really is often understood as the absence of objection. And that's what I am hearing happen from the CPIC with the 1 parking unit per unit. Is that a correct statement?
I think, and I don't want to speak for individual CPIC members, and I think there are a couple of them that are in the attendees for the hearing, so I might allow them to speak for themselves on that particular point.
Good idea.
But I do know that there was at least 1, if not a couple more CPIC members that were hoping for less than the 1 per unit. But again, I would let folks speak for themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Massey. Commissioner Sherman?
Thank you, Chair. Vera, I've also been really curious. The parking consultant, Rick Williams Consulting, proposed a recommendation of one spot per unit. I'm also really curious if you have any insight, and I wish Mr. Williams was here to be able to ask this question to him directly, of why propose one spot per unit when the analysis, the data suggests ample amount of availability kind of on street. Were there any discussions between staff and the consultant team that could shed any additional light on where that initial recommendation came from when the data suggests there's ample on-street parking available?
I think, and I might ask Laura to chime in here a little bit as well, because I think part of what was the utility of the study was also because we knew that the House bill was already giving us, you can't require more than the 1 per dwelling unit. And I think we're understanding that it was likely that folks were going to be concerned about that already. And so it was, I think, part of what we were hoping to have Rick be able to do through his study was to sort of let folks understand through the metrics, through the study, that reducing, parking or only requiring the 1 per unit, and balancing that out with the availability of street parking, that we could do that. And I guess I might say that I'll just put it this way, that it wasn't going to be a disaster for on-street parking, but it was really, I think, in a lot of ways, trying to even just provide a baseline of where would we be if we required and followed the requirements of House Bill 2001, to sort of give folks the understanding that there is a metric out there and that there is data out there to support that would be okay. What we weren't asking Rick to do was sort of to tell us, well, how low could we go? That wasn't sort of part of it. It was more about kind of understanding what is out there right now against the House Bill 2001 and the model code sort of off-street parking requirement. I hope that answers your question, but I think that we weren't pushing the consultant to, well, what if it was 0? What would that mean? That wasn't sort of the way the study was directed, I guess. And I don't know if Laura, if you have anything extra to add, but I think that's sort of how we were approaching the study, was from the House Bill 2001 perspective.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the Planning Commission who wish to make comment? Okay, Vera, I think we can continue with your presentation.
Okay, then I'm going to ask Natalie to fire that back up. And I'm going to hand it over to Natalie to talk about the tree code.
Double checking I'm sharing the right screen again.
You're on the questions slide, so yes,
Okay.
It should be the next one.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, yep.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Rogers. I'm the Climate and Natural Resources Manager for the city. And I have the pleasure of being with you here today to talk to you about our draft private tree code. So I'm just going to, this is just kind of an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today with you this evening. First, I'm going to kind of treat this as an introduction to why is the city pursuing private tree code and how does it align with our community's goals. I know that a lot of folks joining us today from the public, this might be the first time they've been hearing about some of our urban forest initiatives and where tree code is coming from. So I do want to give that context. Then I'll talk a little bit about kind of the targets and goals that we're hoping to achieve through private tree code, how trees and development work together. And then I'll go over the draft tree code with you all. I'll briefly touch on our private non-development tree code, just because I know that there's a lot of community questions about it. But the real focus tonight will be on our development tree code. I'll also touch on our low income assistance as well. So first, to provide some context to where trees come from in this comprehensive plan implementation process, in 2017, the Milwaukee community adopted a vision plan, which included this statement around Milwaukee being a flourishing city that's entirely equitable, delightfully livable, and completely sustainable. Milwaukee nurtures a verdant canopy of beneficial trees, promotes sustainable development, and is a net zero energy city. Trees are an important asset in our community, and they both achieve our canopy and kind of our natural resources goals, but also helps us achieve this sustainable development, net zero energy city by providing a lot of other kind of adjacent to infrastructure impact benefits. So that's kind of where trees, at least the value of trees, came from in the vision. And then that really got baked into our climate action plan, which was adopted in 2018. Our climate action plan also set out our 40% canopy coverage goal, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But that 40% canopy goal was then really fleshed out in our 2019 urban forest management plan. So this was a document to help the city promote, protect, and plant trees in Milwaukee. And it was really the guidelines for how we're going to achieve that 40% canopy goal. Then in 2020, all of this was kind of rolled up into our comprehensive plan. Trees are present pretty much everywhere through our comprehensive plan, from parks and recreation to development to our environmental sections. And tree code was really something that came out of it as a interest and policy item. I did want to give some background on kind of what our natural resources and urban forest program is today. So we have a natural resource team consisting of myself, our urban forester, and our natural resource techs, and they are within our public works department. Our natural resource team, we really have a big focus in taking care of Milwaukee's public trees. So we manage a nursery that we have some stock that we're growing up to plant within right-of-ways and public spaces. We do emergency natural resource response, so fallen tree limbs, kind of right-of-way clearance, invasive species management. We also manage a lot of the rain gardens and do restoration projects in some of our natural areas. But all of this is really focused on our public spaces. We also implement our public tree code, and we manage that permitting process associated with our public tree code. And then we do a lot of outreach and education around trees in Milwaukee. That's, as Vera mentioned prior, we're really kind of rolling out a bunch of new outreach material, which I'll be talking about. But the one thing that we do kind of help with private properties is they're welcome to call our urban forest line and talk to our urban forester to kind of initially talk through some questions before they potentially work with an arborist themselves to help their private property. But we don't really touch private trees. And so that's kind of why this 40% canopy goal kind of started folding out, because we wanted this community vision of canopy. 40% canopy, that 40%, a lot of folks ask why 40%? Well, for one thing, just to start out, any percentage is a measurable goal. So that's one thing that we really need to focus on as a program implementer, is just figuring out ways that we can have a target to work towards. So 40%, we just wanted a percentage, but then also that number came from guidance from the American Forests, which is a nonprofit that's focused on forest and urban canopy research. And so back a few years ago, they recommended that every urban environment, every city achieve a 40% canopy in order to maximize the benefits that trees provide to the community, which includes urban heat island reduction. So trees can provide up to 9% temperature reduction, which we saw was very important in that heat wave we all felt over the summer. Trees also balance urbanization and natural systems. So it provides habitat in our urban matrix, provides both economic as well as ecological stormwater benefits and utility benefits, improves air quality. But that 40% canopy goal that American Forests promoted for all cities, they actually walked that back. And they said, well, it depends on the location of your city. And, a city, say Phoenix, might not be able to achieve a 40% canopy goal. But then they did say that under ideal conditions in forested states, which, as you can see by this picture of Forest Park, Oregon and the Willamette Valley is a forested state, a 40 to 60% urban tree canopy is attainable. So that 40% value is fairly feasible for what we can achieve. And many communities around Oregon are already at or above that 40%. And as I'll show you, a lot of spaces in Milwaukee are as well. So when we're looking at that 40% canopy cover goal and thinking about kind of the work that our urban forester and our natural research team is doing already, we try to see how can we achieve that goal. So our urban forest and natural resource team, we focus on public spaces. Well, as showcased in yellow and purple here, those are our public tree canopies. So there's areas for opportunity that we're looking to plant out in our industrial areas along right-of-ways, but you can see that the significant amount of canopy that Milwaukee hosts is on private property, not public property. So when we started thinking about steps for us to achieve this 40% canopy cover goal that was baked in all these different community processes that the community asked for, we need to think about what trees are we going to be protecting and what are we going to be influencing? And that's where this private tree code really came out to complement the public tree code. So when we're thinking about that 40% canopy, I mentioned that, there's some sites in Milwaukee that are over that 40%. And so you can see here in orange, those are the sites that are under 40% and the green sites are above it. And these are residential properties. And I will caveat that this data is from 2014. This is LIDAR data, how we get canopy data. That's essentially a flyover, an airplane that sends down, you can think of them as like light lasers that then measure essentially the height of trees and vegetation on the ground. And so all of that goes back to us, and then we can essentially determine canopy coverage. We will be getting canopy coverage data at the end of this year for the most recent flyover. So I hope to update all of these figures for you all and be able to share this information with you. But 2014, we had, I believe, a 27 total coverage in Milwaukee with a median coverage of 30% canopy. So we're close. But you can see here that there's a lot of properties that are under that 40% threshold, but there's a lot of gradation. So this slide right here actually separates it down into those 10% values. And if we're looking for that green as our 40% and entering into the blues and purples as above, those light oranges are very close. And then we go down to the reds, where those are the areas that we really want to spend a lot of outreach and care trying to increase our canopy cover. But there's both an area for improvement, and then there's also a lot of folks who are doing really well, and we want to make sure that we preserve that canopy. And you can even see on there the purple is 100% canopy. So there's some areas that are completely filled out with forest. So 40% is totally feasible, and it's not a crazy goal we have to shoot for. It's actually something very attainable in our future. So I want to stop here and ask if there's any questions on those maps I just showed, and questions on why we're kind of hoping to achieve a 40% canopy cover with private tree code.
Thank you, Natalie. Would you mind going to gallery view? Thank you. Commissioner Kostrobody, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. I know you mentioned but thank you for your presentation so far also, by the way, and the work that you guys do. It's very important. So I do appreciate it. I know you said there's going to be a new flyover picture coming up at the end of the year, but do you guys have like an estimation of what we can expect in terms of has the tree canopy increased since 2014, or has it decreased since then, due to the recent developments and stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, in an urban environment, it's very difficult to tell. For every kind of, especially in an urban environment where we don't have any tree code, in order for us to be able to track essentially the information and what's going on the ground. When I did my grad research, it was mostly on kind of, can GIS tell us the story of what's happening in an urban space? And the answer is kinda. Really, you need to get boots on the ground in order to see, or having some sort of record process through permits. I will say that the city has a concerted effort to plant new trees. Last year, we planted around 1,400 trees in public spaces and right-of-ways, and gave away trees for private property. So there are definitely trees being planted in Milwaukee, but what we don't know is how many trees were removed. And that's something that hopefully private tree code can help us answer. I'm optimistic that will be increasing our total canopy coverage, but I guess time will tell.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sherman?
Chair Losfeld, and thanks, Natalie, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. If you're able to, I'd be curious if you have anything to share from the heat dome this summer in terms of some of the local research that was done by kind of leading academics in terms of forested and unforested areas, and what some of the differentials were during the heat dome. Do you have anything like that you can share with the commission?
I don't have any direct numbers with me, but I can tell you that Dr. Vivek Shandis from Portland State University, he's a great academic researcher who focuses on urban heat islands, which is the disproportionate warming of built out kind of developed spaces like cities compared to outside less developed areas. He has a bunch of research that was actually showcased in the New York Times, the New Yorker, essentially on the inequities of spaces in Portland and the related urban heat islands, urban heat island effect through this heat wave in the summer. There's a really good article where he goes to say that some spaces in Portland, the pavement itself was, I think, upwards of 160 to 180 degrees in East Side Portland, and those spaces noticeably lacked tree canopy. His research really focuses on the fact that vegetated spaces, green spaces, trees like green infrastructure provide critical shading and cooling benefits to pavement in developed areas. And notably, those are less prevalent in low-income neighborhoods, because trees are kind of something where it's a green infrastructure, but it's infrastructure nonetheless, and investments in some communities have historically been less prevalent, particularly in redline communities.
Commissioner Ert?
I have a lot of questions. Some of them aren't in response directly to your question, which was related to the information that you just presented. But just to touch base, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I absolutely agree, and I believe the science behind what you're saying and what is being demonstrated. But I do want to touch on, particularly in low income areas, a lot of the reason that there isn't a lot of trees is because they're expensive. So one of the biggest contentions that I had with a neighbor was that their tree kept like knocking on our roof and on our house and caused our roof and our gutters thousands of dollars in damage. And we'd have to pay every year to trim their tree because it's on our property. So it increases the costs for people in neighborhoods. And I guess, what are the studies that are done on that? I mean, I'm not saying that tree canopy and coverage, although I do have a lot of questions regarding solar, regarding the ice storms. You touched on the heat wave, but not the ice storms. How does that affect low-income neighborhoods that lose power for weeks and weeks because of ice? So I have a lot of questions that you didn't address with studies, and I think economics plays into this too. Who can afford to trim trees or the property damage or the, possible, there's a lot that comes along with that.
Yeah, no, I do not. I think we're all aware that trees require maintenance and that maintenance incurs a cost. I think that, and I'm sorry, I don't have any studies to pull for you right now, but I'd be happy to share them later. I think one thing that we do need to consider is the environmental and health costs of communities that are lacking trees. And so trees have been shown to provide benefits to both, infant mortalities, and mental health. So communities that have higher tree canopy actually have lower air quality impacted health conditions. So I think, those are all really difficult to quantify in a dollar amount. And so those are kind of some of the values and some of the benefits that trees provide to counteract maybe some of the maintenance costs. One thing that we are proposing in this private tree code is a low income assistance fund to help with the maintenance costs. We already have it for our public trees, a low income assistance fund. So this is something that we're hoping to also supplement.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not just the economics too. It's also a psychological detriment too to people who live in maybe condensed housing with smaller windows. So a lot of that tree coverage blocks a lot of the sunlight and the kind of natural light that low-income housing would otherwise get. So I mean, there's multiple. What you're saying is true, and what I'm saying is true as well. And as far as like the environmental impacts, 40% canopy coverage, I would have a great house for solar. But if we had more canopy coverage over here, what's the impact on solar development? So there's a balance to what you're saying and what I'm saying. And I'm hearing a lot of just these kind of without the balance of a lot of the studies for all these other impacts.
I just want to give her the opportunity to respond, maybe point by point, because you're raising a lot of questions in succession. So Natalie, can you first touch on the topic of solar and accessible solar?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a solar preservation code in place right now, and that's for developments who are installing solar to ensure that they have solar access. Trees definitely, as they grow, they can shade out solar panels. That's why we do recommend folks who are deciding to choose solar panels to choose trees that only grow to a certain height. Canopy doesn't always necessarily mean those massive trees that are extending hundreds of feet in diameter. It could also mean, smaller 12-foot trees that will never reach the roof of your house. Definitely rooftop solar is something that is part of our climate action plan. I also manage our climate action plan. So I'm very aware of the benefits of rooftop solar, and that's something that we do want to promote. We have to kind of balance it out as well, because rooftop solar provides a lot of benefits to the homeowner or the property owner. It doesn't necessarily provide a lot of benefits to the adjacent property or community. We're looking for solutions right now that are actually community-wide, such as working with our local utilities to actually offer up a community renewable product that folks can actually sign up for, which doesn't require solar. I will also say that solar is something that is very expensive itself. And so when we're kind of thinking about the economic benefit, cost benefit for both the property owner as well as the community as a whole, oftentimes I personally will recommend a tree rather than a solar panel because it's more attainable. It offers up energy benefits as well, energy utility cost savings up to, I believe, almost 30% in the summer, depending on the location of where the tree is placed. So it's definitely site specific for the property owner, but trees can coexist right next to solar without any problems, or folks can choose one or the other. 40% canopy cover does not preclude anyone from having solar.
Thank you, Natalie. And then Commissioner Ernst, you also had mentioned specifically kind of the benefits, maybe emotional or mental health.
Right. If we're going to talk about trees providing, benefit, psychological benefit to low income, that there's also the impact of just pure light, smaller windows in more condensed apartments. I mean, that is kind of, I don't have views on it. But
right. I just want, I want to give Natalie an opportunity to answer the question. Natalie?
Yeah, I think that's a good point that a tree growing in a certain location can block light from windows. Some folks actually desire that. They desire the view of a tree rather than the street or the adjacent property. A lot of trees are actually planted for privacy. Trees also do provide energy saving benefits depending, say, if you're south-facing and you'd rather have a tree be able to protect some of the heat from coming into your home. But definitely somebody, who's interested in having, south-facing sun or a full sun, it's part of the landscape, and they are definitely encouraged to find a dwelling unit that suits their need.
Thank you, Natalie. Commissioner Ernst, if you have any further questions, I'll just ask you to raise your hand. But I'm going to get to Peter Passarelli, who is the Public Works Director and part of staff. Peter, is there something you wanted to say specifically?
Yes, thank you, Chair Loosfeld. I just wanted to add a little bit more to what Natalie said and maybe address a little bit about the ice storm. So certainly, weather events can be problematic in an urban community where the electric utility lines are overhead, above ground. One of the things that, we look at with our public tree code is making sure that trees are planted in the right place. So, it's the right tree for the right place. Unfortunately, over time, some people have planted trees that shouldn't be planted under utility lines. We do, as part of our public tree code, we have a programmatic permit that was put in place to work with our electric utility to help improve the electric line utility clearing to make sure that they were meeting the standards and providing healthy trees and removing hazards from the utility lines that might be impacted by ice storm, windstorms, and perhaps other events. So certainly weather does play a role in an urban forest, but we recognize that, and we've got mechanisms to try to mitigate those problems. I did want to speak a little bit about the economic impacts that the urban forest or trees provide, especially to homes that perhaps don't have much shade or canopy around them. There's many studies that have indicated that the planting of 2 or 3 trees in the right place on a property will result in up to 30% energy efficiency in terms of cooling and heating homes, which is an impact to people's wallets, right? It means they have more money that they can spend on other things besides heating and cooling their homes. So there is an impact related to trees as it relates to energy efficiency. I just wanted to mention those couple things there.
Thank you, Peter. Amy, sorry. Commissioner Ernst?
Were there any studies done on the fires and what trees, especially in urban areas, that tended to burn down entire neighborhoods, especially in California? You know, if we're looking at the next 20 years of environmental impacts and the real, you know, kind of weather events that we might see an increase of, are residents getting recommendations on these are the type of trees that that are, you know, more recommended to plant on your property, whether they not be as tall to, you know, avoid, you know, where is the guidelines for what type of trees and, you know, where they should be planted on properties? And specifically, are there studies done on different types of trees, you know, burning down entire neighborhoods, you know, catching fire, as opposed to a different type of tree that maybe doesn't burn as fast?
I will say that I'm not a wildfire specialist, so I think that's a great question. Clackamas County has a lot of research and materials, as do Oregon State University and the state, on you know, both wildfire prevention and landscaping. It's the same as like having water-wise, it's called fire-wise landscaping, and the appropriate planting of trees and vegetation next to building units. You know, I think one of the best things to do is just proactive maintenance of landscaping, and ensuring that your trees are not dead or, you know, a matchstick. Usually a healthy tree has some resiliency, considering that they typically do actually grow in wildfire prone areas. But I would actually defer to Clackamas County for those resources, as they're probably the experts.
So no studies have been done that you know of or that you have on different types of trees burning neighborhoods?
There is definitely studies on the flammability of certain trees. I don't have them with me right now. And I believe that the majority of it is just recommendations to ensure that your tree is not dead, and then keeping a fire, essentially a distance of your landscaping from your home. And oftentimes it's you know, related to more, the research that I've seen has been related more towards natural areas, and then fire embers that are actually moving, in which case in an urban environment, pretty much everything is flammable.
And Natalie, I think maybe it's worth highlighting page 331 of our packet, but within the code itself, under non-development tree permit requirements, 2A, lowercase a, there's a whole section there relative to permits that will be issued for trees that meet the following, of which is trees, some trees, Commissioner Ernst, which may become or pose a threat due to fire, are those that are in many cases may be falling into one of these categories. And Natalie, I don't want to overstep, but at least that's where I'm finding some of the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll go over those kind of, I call them the simple permit, those approval standards that relate to public safety and health hazards and dead, dying trees.
Okay, and then Commissioner Sherman, you've been patient.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I was just going to comment, at least on this part of the conversation. I think a lot of those challenges are on the kind of the wildland urban interface, which isn't necessarily our local context. And so while there might be some risk of fires, it is probably lessened. And maybe, Natalie, this is something that we could look at in a future climate action plan update as we're thinking about our changing environment. But that's more of a comment. My question was really just maybe more code oriented. I'm not sure if we're ready to like move forward. Peter mentioned something about utilities needing programmatic permits. I had a question about that. And so, Chair, I'm not sure. It seems like Natalie maybe has more presentation, but
she certainly does, and we have not yet gotten to that kind of specifics.
Not addressing programmatic permits for the rest of the presentation. So if you do have a specific question, Commissioner Sherman, on programmatic permits, I can try to answer it.
Okay, thanks. I think it was mainly, and it sounds like maybe the answer is yes, that those programmatic permits are kind of targeted at the utilities for their compliance with kind of our standards. Is that?
Yes, yeah, utilities, they not only have essentially from the state, they have direction and regulations around proactive maintenance of vegetation with under power lines. So they have a regular pruning routine that they have to go around the neighborhoods and perform. Programmatic permits, really what this is allowing us to do is also have a closer relationship with the utility and press them to ensure that their practices are essentially appropriate for our community values. So more proactive maintenance could be one of them, ensuring that we know when trees are being removed, what type of pruning practices that they're following. So those programmatic permits do kind of give us additional sight to the work that they're performing in Milwaukee.
Okay, thanks. That's useful to know. As someone with some large trees, I've had to engage the utilities in helping manage some of that. And sometimes they haven't done the best. And so it's good to know that I could maybe also call the city to have the city have a conversation with the utility, given the city's relationship with them.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. I see that our city attorney has raised his hand. So Commissioner Heemener, just hang on there. Justin?
That was an inadvertent hand raise. I apologize.
But
I'll take this moment to please remind all those in attendance at the meeting to not use the question and answer or chat functions to comment during the hearing. There will be a time during the hearing for public comments, and we would want everything that you want to say to be preserved for the record. And if it's in the chat function and the question and answer function, that will not be guaranteed.
Thank you. Commissioner Heemener.
So I have a simple question. How many more trees do we need to reach 40?
40% canopy cover? Depends on the type of tree. It widely varies based on the species. So
let me ask you this. Out of the 400 trees that you gave away, how much of those 400 trees would expand our canopy?
So of the species, so I'm not sure what the species breakdown for the 1,400 that we gave away last year. I'm not sure what each species breaks down to. It's a lot of math, back of the envelope math, but I can follow up with you on that.
I think that number is actually important to recognize and to know for this commission to make a good decision, to understand that each tree has a different drip line, which is the way that we measure these canopies, and what is the importance and what does it mean to the different species that are being planted that will help us to achieve this goal.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we can be intentional in the species that we're giving away for a canopy coverage goal. We also want to provide the flexibility of property owners to essentially have a species that's right place for them and right species for them. There's also a variety of different habitat benefits that come from a variety of different species. So I hesitate to select species exclusively to reach our canopy goal for certain properties. But it looks like Peter Passarelli, our Public Works Director, raised his hand, so he might be able to better answer the question for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to tag on a little bit on what Natalie was, where she was headed. The other important piece as it relates to our urban forest is, we need to make sure that we have a diverse population within our urban forest. So, we're not out to just plant one type of species, all oak trees or all Doug firs. We need, or in fact, native species. We want to make sure that we have a climate adapted urban forest that's able to, thrive with warming temperatures and be able to fight off invasive pests and species that are going to be coming here. I would share with you my experience back in Illinois, in Rantoul, Illinois, small community of about 13,000, where I was the assistant public works director before I moved out here. We had an Air Force base that was part of the community, Chanute Air Force Base. And out at the Air Force Base, when the Air Force was active there, they planted lots and lots of green ash trees. Thousands of green ash trees on the Air Force bases as right-of-way trees and on trees in their housing areas. It was pretty close to being sort of a monoculture, not totally, but lots and lots of ash trees. Well, in the mid 2000s, 2009 in particular, we found that we had emerald ash borer in our community. And emerald ash borer is a pest that is devastating to ash trees, generally all species of ash trees. So we pretty much lost all of our street trees and many of the private trees that were out on that Air Force base, and it was problematic. So the point of that is we want to make sure that we build in both diversity as it relates to age. So we're in the process of planting trees every year, so we have that age diversity, but also that species diversity, and to make sure that those species that we are planting are going to be adapted to our changing climate. I think that's a really good question, Greg, on the how many trees do we need to add? I don't think that right now, though, is something that we can easily answer on the number of trees, because it's really sort of based on the types of trees that will be planted in the community. And we're not really, frankly, going to regulate, we're not proposing to regulate what types of trees people can plant on private property. We just want people to plant trees that grow canopy.
Thank you, Peter. Before we move on, I just want to ask the commissioners with your hands raised, are you asking questions about the presentation thus far? Because I do want to give Natalie the chance to finish. So keep your hand raised. If you have a question on something that's already been presented, please put it down otherwise. So Commissioner Hamer, go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to follow up. One, I guess you can't, if we plan on voting tonight, I guess we cannot get that information, but I would like to hear from city staff on their diverse list that they have of trees, how close and how many trees that are needed to reach that 40% canopy. Just assume 10% for each species or 5% of each species. I think that data is probably relatively obtainable. It may take a little while to figure out, but you should be able to know your stretch of your canopy per tree that you guys have on your preferred list.
I mean, Greg, I don't know if this is, and apologies, Chair Losevelt, for speaking out of turn. I don't know if this really answers your question, but our 2019 urban forest management plan estimates that we have 26% tree canopy. So the question of how many trees do we need to get to 40%? Basically double the amount of trees we already have out there. Now, what size trees are they? What are they big trees, small trees, oak trees, maple trees? Like, we just basically need to get double almost what we have. Again, I apologize, Chair, for speaking out of turn, but I felt like that was worth providing that little bit of context.
Okay, Natalie, I'm going to ask you then to continue your presentation and share your screen.
Natalie, you're muted.
Thank you. So trees and development. So this is kind of where we're coming to thinking about how trees and our middle housing goals and all of these development goals are aligning. I'm going to be speaking for the trees on this slide, but know that all of this is complementing our housing goals and all of our other kind of community goals. So trees trees have historically been viewed, at least in modern Western development, as a landscaping feature. Trees are something that provides greenery on the site. We're trying to change the way that we view trees in communities, and a lot of communities around the nation and the world are changing the way they're viewing trees, from going from landscaping to green infrastructure. We say that because they provide a systematic benefit to our communities. They operate really similar to other infrastructures, except it's really the only infrastructure that appreciates in value over time. So development can essentially conduces situations that are typically not suitable for trees. So both when construction equipment is driving over soil, it compacts, which then can harm roots underneath the soil. It can also lead to compacted soil that now is very challenging for new trees to be planted in and to thrive. So this is kind of why we want to start viewing trees ahead of development, is to ensure that they can complement each other over time. There's also a difference in how a developer and a tenant or owner can view a tree and has a relationship with a tree. Developers, when thinking about trees and the economic value of a tree, they may be weighing the cost of tree placement and maintenance compared to the cost that they may be getting out of the unit with a tree there. A tenant or an owner has a different economic relationship. As we've talked about, it can be a maintenance cost, but it can also be a long-term utility cost and improvement in utility bills. There's also health impacts. So a developer might not be necessarily considering the health impacts of the residents with a tree. However, a tenant does face health improvement and impacts related to trees adjacent. There's also an environmental benefit that a tenant or an owner may feel that a developer may not feel. Which can influence the decision whether or not a tree should go in. And then the longevity of the tree. You know, a developer is typically on the site and selling the property within a few years, while a tenant or an owner may grow with that tree and actually form a relationship with the tree on their property. So there's a different value to a tenant or an owner to a tree than to a developer, which is why we need to kind of consider that long-term tree as a green infrastructure for the tenant, and how we want to relate to the developer and what do we want on the site. So I apologize, my keyboard for some reason is not working. So I just wanted to showcase, I went on a drive on one sunny day in September to kind of take a look at how trees were located next to some kind of denser housing. And these are all examples of sites in unincorporated Clackamas. So I just really, when the first impressions of coming onto this site is that there's some lovely tree canopy, play structures are shaded from the hot sun. Trees are growing up right next to buildings within parking lots. They're well placed, they're large. It's providing great canopy, and it doesn't seem to be impacting, the availability of units on the site. And just overall, coming onto this site, I personally, it felt clean, it felt fresh, it felt kind of livable. This is another site that's in unincorporated Clackamas. So this one has 0% tree canopy on the site. It's pretty clear that the landscaping on the site, which was mostly, if not all grass, was, it's very easy to maintain. It's kind of just a mow and you're done, but it is obvious that the units here aren't benefiting from, or at least feeling the impacts that trees would provide on the site. These units, I felt the wall on those gray ones that are in the sun on the right. It was very hot. There's also, only open sun place for kids to play. And so they're actually playing kind of in that one shaded nook in between those two units. So it just was a very different feel from trees to no trees. This is another example. These are just kind of quadplexes that are in unincorporated Clackamas. These units also had no trees on the site. Kids were kind of playing on the asphalt. And it gave a completely different feel than this site right here, which had trees growing right up next to the buildings. And once again, it's very shaded on the hot day. I will say for this site too, something that I didn't see on the sites without tree canopy is that folks were actually commingling in the public spaces, walkways, places that were shaded, and they actually had chairs out and they were talking. So I actually just thought that was a really cool feature. And just overall, I just more than anything wanted to emphasize how the trees both can grow symbiotically right next to these units and a large amount of units, but then also it does change the feel of the site itself. So overall for the draft tree code, really this draft private tree code, thinking about development and tree code, this is really supposed to be a supplement to our public tree code. We have a lot of situations where there's a tree right on the right-of-way line, and the question is it in, is it out? And it can get very confusing. This will actually help streamline some of that by just having a process for either way. But our public tree code is always going to be a little bit more rigorous, and this is just supposed to be a supplement to that. This tree code was developed through a variety of different stakeholders. First, it was developed with Tree Board. So Tree Board, our community advisory board on the topic of trees, helped write this tree code. We worked with an arborist consultant to actually draft the tree code, Todd Prager. He has experience as an arborist practicing himself, but then also experience writing code. He's worked with Lake Oswego, Tigard, many communities. We then ran this tree code with CPIC. And so we talked to a lot of more community members, and then we actually worked with a variety of different staff from a variety of different departments to make sure that it aligned with both their internal processes and addressed their questions. This private tree code is only impacting residential zones. In the future, we're looking at potentially doing a commercial tree code, but just in order to make something that complements the other comprehensive plan implementation process codes. That's why this is really only affecting residential zones at this moment. So I'm going to walk you through really briefly the residential non-development tree code, and then we're going to dive into the development tree code. So the residential non-development tree code. So this is for essentially any site that's not building an additional housing unit and not being subdivided, the lot's not being subdivided. So this is essentially going to be the majority of the permits that our natural resource team is going to be processing. You can think about it as tree removal is not related to larger development. So your typical landscaping, a dead dying tree, a tree that's hazardous, et cetera. This residential non-development tree code only applies to trees of a diameter at breast height larger than 6 inches. So that 6 inches that was recommended from our tree board, we ran it through a variety of different stakeholders, and folks seem to find it amenable. I will say that that 6 inch that diameter at breast height for other codes around the state, it always differs. Portland is 12 inches, but they have a variety of different essentially rules and procedures and processes to go through. Lake Oswego is 8 inches, but they also have even more rigorous rules and procedures and such to follow through. So it's very hard to compare apples to apples with these codes. So 6 inch diameter at breast height, that's essentially the threshold for when a permit is needed. There's a type 1 permit, which is, you can think of as streamlined approval standards. So these are those approval standards that are in this blue box right here. So dead, dying, diseased, unmitigable infrastructure impacts, public safety risk, invasive trees. So we're actually also waiving permit application fees for invasive trees to make sure that there's no barriers to invasive removals. Fire hazards to address fire risk. Public transportation, right-of-way projects, utility infrastructure, building permits. And then one thing that we did add in that is different from the time that this tree code was first posted is 1 healthy tree per year, less than 18 inches in diameter at breast height. So essentially it's a free tree to remove once per calendar year. And so for these type 1 approval standards, it's just that permit application, but there's no removal fee associated with it. The type 2 permit is for multiple tree removals or tree removals not meeting the type 1 standards. And so those may have removal fees associated with it. They may also get denied. And then there's a city manager appeal process. So if somebody applies for a permit and it gets denied, they can appeal to the city manager. For all of the type 1 and type 2 permits, there are replanting requirements, 1-for-1. There also is a fee in lieu of replanting option if somebody decides that they do not want to replant a tree, and then we will go put this in the tree fund and use those dollars to replant a tree elsewhere. There is a notice requirement for the type 2 permits if it's larger than 18 inches in diameter and healthy. For the other type 1 permits and type 2 less than 18 inches, there's no notice requirements. And then agricultural trees are exempted. So that's, our orchards, our Christmas tree farms, those are exempted from this private tree code simply because it doesn't make sense to request a permit every time a Christmas tree is cut on a Christmas tree farm. So to answer some common questions that I've been fielding, and this is a lot of text and I don't expect everyone to read it.
Natalie, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you please describe for our audience that we're not forest majors what diameter at breast height means and how it's measured?
Absolutely. So diameter at breast height is the term to measure 4.5 feet off the ground, the diameter of the trunk. So that's just the standard term for essentially measuring the size of the trunk at the same point. So 4.5 feet.
Right, and that is not circumference.
No.
That is a straight line measurement from bark to bark.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So for example, an 8-inch diameter, I believe, is 40-inch or 20-inch circumference. It's a larger amount, and I'm sorry, I don't have my calculator with me. So common questions that my staff has been fielding and I've been talking to folks about, and I just want to make sure that everyone listening is aware. So does this private tree code make property owners plant new trees on their property if they're not removing any? No, there are no tree planting requirements if you're not removing a tree. If you're removing a tree, there is a 1-for-1 replanting requirement, but you can always pay the fee in lieu of replanting. You don't have to replant a tree. Is a permit needed to prune trees? No. You are allowed to maintain your trees on your property. We do not want to get in the business of monitoring maintenance. Can you remove a large invasive tree? Absolutely. We encourage removal of invasive trees on our Oregon noxious weed list, as well as our Milwaukee invasive tree list. Permit processes, we can waive application fees, and we can also assist you. Our arborists would be happy to talk about invasive trees and what steps we should take. Trees are expensive to maintain. Does the tree code affect this cost to maintain existing trees? Once again, we're not in the process of regulating trees being maintained on private property. What we can do is encourage you through both outreach. We can show you tips and tricks on how to maintain trees to ensure that hopefully you can keep costs lower in the future. Proactive maintenance saves you a lot of money in the long run. We also have our urban forester who's happy to talk to folks about trees on their property. And then also we're working on ways to assist tree owners and connect them with resources, including a potential low-income assistance fund. We also have things like with our tree fund, we're looking at other programs, ways that we can partner with other organizations and stakeholders to offer up tree care in the community and other resources. But essentially, property owners are encouraged to maintain their trees on their properties with or without a code. And then why now for private tree code? Why are we looking at this now? Well, it's because we don't want to implement, we've been hearing from the community that housing code, parking code needs to be balanced with tree code. Tree code needs to be balanced with housing code. It's a three-legged stool. We want to make sure that they're all complementing each other. So I'm going to stop here and see if there's any questions on the private tree code before we really dive into the meat of the development tree code, which is kind of
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. If you couldn't hear me earlier, I apologize, but I was saying Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Losfeld. Natalie, thanks to you and Peter, Tree Board, and the consultant team. It's been really interesting to see the evolution of this since we last had our work session on this. Really want to also say thanks for doing something like waiving any fees associated with removing invasive species. Just think that makes a lot of sense. I might have missed this when you were kind of talking about it. You were talking about the type 1 kind of permits, no cost associated with those. Is that correct?
Just a permit application fee.
Just the permit application fee. Okay. And then for the I'm going to call it a freebie for the lack of a better word, the 1 tree under 18 inches at DBH, that tree would need to be replaced unless the property owner wants to pay the fee in lieu.
Yes.
Okay.
It does not need to be replaced in the same location, though.
Yes.
It can be replaced elsewhere on the site.
Okay. And if somebody, for some reason, didn't want any more trees, there is another fee they could just pay to the city and be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair. So Commissioner Shorman had, which is again about the freebie, but I guess mine's a little bit more, purpose and intent related. Why did we introduce this kind of so late stage, and what is this really seeking to accomplish?
Yeah,
the freebie process.
That's a great question. This was through conversations, and I don't know if Peter or Justin want to jump in here, essentially ensuring that folks have the ability to use their land. And correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is essentially was to ensure that folks were not precluded from using their property in the fashion that they want to by needing to pay for a single tree to be removed.
And if I could add into that too, we did, after we had the original draft and we didn't have the ability for a removal, we did a wider scan of tree codes in the region, a little bit wider than we had in the past. And it was really hard to find any existing tree code that did not allow for a removal of a tree. Many of our regional cities around here allow for at least up to 2 to 4 tree removals per calendar year. So we wanted to make sure that property owners had the ability to remove a tree that might be problematic for changes in their landscape, sort of the common things that we do in our yards, right? So they want to adjust their landscape, make some changes. So this was a reflection of trying to meet those needs. Justin, I don't know if you had any more on that.
I don't have much to add. I think it was a measure after doing some surveying and talking to some other people that exist in this space. It's kind of balancing the line between general landscaping requirements, recognizing a property owner's interest in pursuing that sort of endeavor, and also balancing it with the city's desire to want to regulate and make sure that our tree canopy goals start to be met. So it's kind of just towing the line between the two of those.
Thank you both. Commissioner Hemer?
Yeah, you guys referred to ISA standards and best practices and certification for arborists. Can you explain what ISA is, and do we define what those standards are in our code, either via definition or by listing exact, I guess?
Yes, ISA stands for International Society of Arboriculture. It is the common, essentially, certification process and certifier for arborists. They also have best management practices, which is a document that they release. So it's actually written guidelines, also incorporating ANSI standards, which is the American National Standards Institute. I could be making that up. Okay, great. Vera's nodding. So, but yes, it essentially is the gold standard for arboriculture and certification processes, and we do include that in our definition section.
Well, and I would say it's not just the gold standard. I mean, it's sort of the industry standard in terms of, care and maintenance of trees, and making sure that the tree industry is taking care of trees in a standard approved way that's going to protect trees, and also sort of outlines those standards of care and maintenance, like I said earlier.
I'm sorry, Chair, if I may ask a follow-up question.
Yes.
Does the state of Oregon require all arborists to be ISA certified?
I believe that it's an industry certification. So I don't know. That's a great question. I'm not sure if you can potentially call yourself an arborist, but if you don't have an ISA arborist certification, that precludes you from a lot of work. A lot of times for example, risk management or ISA risk assessment is the standard for hazardous tree assessment. They would not take, that is not equivalent to a landscaper or a layman's risk assessment. So it is, I'm not sure if the state of Oregon requires arborists to be certified, but it's the industry standard for folks to be certified. So I guess it would be up to whoever is pursuing the contract to determine if they want.
So it'd be up to the homeowner to make sure that you have an ISA certified arborist, and then it would be required by the city to verify their ISA certification. Is that correct?
Yep, there is a system in order to check for certifications.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ernst?
Thank you. Natalie, I want to thank you again for your presentation. I know I think you have a little bit more to share. I think that the pictures that you showed of the apartment complexes with trees versus without trees is shocking and very eye-opening. And I guess code-wise or development-wise, I would lean more into addressing developers and putting requirements through the code on the development inclusion of trees or preservation or plant. I think I understand the balance of also trying to be welcoming to developers, because we need housing, we need developers to build housing here. So I understand the balance between all of that, but assisting developers in any way and kind of encouraging them to plant trees in appropriate places and providing all of this information, I think is great. However, I think putting more burden on homeowners, on owner-occupied and property owners is challenging for me, because do I want the city to tell me that I have to go through a 5-step process because I want to remove a tree, whether it's because the tree is in a location that I can't plant a garden because that's the only area that I would have to get sun, or because the tree is causing more damage or is too expensive to maintain? Do I want to hire an arborist, or maybe the tree just looks very unhealthy to me and I'm like, let's just take it down. Do I want to hire an arborist, go through an application process, all to get to the point of removing a tree, when property ownership, as we all know, comes with, siding and roof costs and a billion other projects and a billion, decks and a billion other things. Do I really want the city to be kind of micromanaging my property? And I understand the goals of the city, and I agree with the canopy coverage of 40%, but how we get there and how much burden we're putting on property owners, or how much expectation we're having in requirements and fees, and just this, it doesn't seem reasonable to me when there's other ways to go about getting to that. So I guess my question is, why not lean more towards developers and, working with developers to try and encourage them to plan in that manner, and then also doing what we're doing as far as incentivizing people to plant more trees and giving them information on where. But I don't know. I can't, I'm trying to listen to the argument on putting more burden onto property owners who are just trying to solve problems on their own property to go through this fees and applications and hiring. I mean, it's just, I don't understand.
Commissioner Ernst, I'm just asking if there is a direct question to the material that's been presented, because I think you're more kind of in discussion, which we will have as a commission.
You're right. It's just more like, I guess, the fees that were being discussed, and to follow up on the question or the comment regarding hiring an arborist and, I guess.
Is there a question though?
No, it's kind of no, we can save it for a discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Sherman?
Thanks, Chair. I have a question that I think comes out of Commissioner Ernst, and maybe it's already been said and I just wasn't paying attention. If so, I apologize. So for one of these type 1 removals, if a homeowner is using kind of the proposed gimme there, they are required to hire an ISA certified arborist to do that removal. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
Let me pull out my copy of my code. Ooh. I believe they just have to follow ISA's best practices.
For the removal of that tree, or?
For the removal of the tree. And Peter, jump in if I'm wrong. I have to pull out the exact language. I don't see him. I think the only reason that you would need to hire an arborist, an ISA certified arborist, is if you are using an approval standard that requires it. So for example, if the tree is dead or dying and cannot be saved as determined by an ISA certified arborist and according with ISA standards. You don't necessarily need to remove the tree with an ISA certified arborist, but you have to get their essentially certification that the tree is dead or dying, or if it's infested, but for example, if the tree is on the Oregon noxious weed list, sure, you do not need an ISA certified arborist in order to fulfill that approval standard.
But if, as going to kind of Peter's earlier comment about kind of just general landscaping changes, I want to make a general landscaping change. I'm going to use my freebie 18 inches DBH or less. I don't need an arborist for that. I can go out there with my chainsaw, fill out the paperwork for you guys, pay you the $35 or however many dollars it is, and I can cut that tree down tomorrow without having to pay however much for an arborist.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I want to allow Natalie to finish her presentation. Natalie?
Okay. All right, so now I'm going to jump into the development tree code, as we're going to call it. But just to remind folks, the development tree code is for land divisions and construction of new residential dwelling units. If somebody's building a pool in their yard, if somebody is bumping out their home for a bathroom addition, this does not trigger this residential development tree code. This is really much focused on those housing units that are going in. So there's 4 key standards to our residential development tree code. The preservation standards, the canopy standards, the protection standards, and the soil volume standards. And this is really the focus of the hearing, is to hear Planning Commission's feedback on these standards and this development tree code. So, let's see, there we go. So for the first one, the preservation standards. So the preservation standards are established to protect existing trees on site. We hear from a lot of community members, we heard from Tree Board, we heard from CPIC that there is an interest and a passion to preserve our existing trees. And this is the mechanism that we're employing in order to do that. So from the prior proposed tree code, you know, we had these tiered lists, and this is that concept that we presented to Planning Commission before of climate adapted species versus different priority species. We threw that out the window in order to streamline this to make it more understandable. So there's no breakdown of species priority besides additional fees for removal of rare or threatened species. So that's going to be on our rare or threatened species list. And so that's going to encourage this prioritization and preservation of those really critical species, such as Oregon white oak. Invasive species are not included in our preservation standards. Folks are once again encouraged to remove invasive species. And then mitigation is required if removing past 30% on-site canopy. So on-site canopy are trees where the trunk is within the property line. So for example, if you have your neighbor's tree does not count as your on-site canopy, but if it crosses onto your property line, it is considered on-site canopy. So 30%, we decided on that because that's 25% below 40%. Essentially, we're giving folks a little grace in order to go underneath that 40% canopy goal. And the way that we're setting up these essentially bins of mitigation is that, so if a developer comes in, they want to build in a few additional units and they need to remove a certain amount of trees, they can essentially hit these tiers, which are cumulative. So for example, if you have, say on the top right here, we have this site that has 30% existing site canopy. They want to remove that tree circled in white. That leaves them with a 24% site coverage canopy. If we look at this chart on the bottom left, that hits within that first tier, that's essentially a one-step penalty or mitigation fee. For example, $2,000. We haven't decided on what these fees would be, so please don't bake them into your minds. Or that second picture is this very large tree on a site that has 50% existing site canopy. If they removed that very large tree, they would end up with 20% site coverage. That goes 1, 2 down 2 bins or steps. So that would be a $4,000 mitigation fee, for example, because it's 2 of those fees. Some sites, if they don't go under 30% canopy, they will have no mitigation fees. So this is an example of a 90% canopy coverage. And by the way, all of these exist within Milwaukee. A 90% existing site canopy coverage, say they remove 3 trees, they end up with 70% site coverage. No mitigation fees would need to be paid. There's an additional allowance for affordable housing. So affordable housing can go down to 20% preservation without paying mitigation fees. So that's our preservation standard. And then we have our canopy standard. Oops, sorry, all of a sudden I had a weird pop. Okay, so this is supposed to complement the preservation standard. So this is the plant back. So we do have these tree canopy goals of 40% by 2040, and that's in our climate action plan, that's in our comp plan. So this is why we're requiring developers to plant back to 40%. Or pay mitigation. So this is intentional preservation and planting. And then you can use both existing tree canopy or future mature canopy. Now, mature canopy is essentially if you planted a tree, what would that tree go to in its full lifespan? So that mature canopy, it could be from 200 square feet up to 2,500 square feet, and it depends on the species. So for example, we have this site right here. Oh, and I should say too, canopy credit. So even the most well-intentioned planting, likely in an urban environment, will not reach this estimated mature canopy. That's because mature canopies, which there's lists of them, we're going to be creating a list for folks to reference. It will be a very easy guide to look at. You know, those mature canopies are estimated or calculated for trees in their native environment, trees in the ideal environment. So ideally, a white oak can grow to be 2,500 square feet plus. Will it grow to 2,500 square feet plus in an urban environment? Probably not, because we have soil compaction, we have heat, we have pollutants, we have a whole variety of different reasons. So as a nod to both giving some priority and kind of kudos for existing on-site trees, we're saying that you can count 100% of your canopy of existing trees, either existing canopy or canopy at maturity. 100% of that goes to your canopy credit. If you planted new trees, you get 75% credit, just assuming that your trees are not going to grow to that perfect ideal size. Trees planted in the right-of-way or existing right-of-way trees, so those are off-site trees, but they're in the right-of-way adjacent to the property, those get 50% canopy credit because 50% of that canopy will extend onto your property. So for this example, we have this site. After removing trees, they have a 10% site canopy coverage. So it's a 7,000 square foot lot. So they have 700 square feet existing canopy. In order to reach 40% canopy coverage, they need 2,800 square feet of canopy total. So they add in 2 new white oak plantings to reach that goal. Each white oak planting will get around 2,000 square feet canopy at maturity. Since they're new plantings, they get 75% of that for their canopy credit, which leads to for both plantings, 3,000 square feet of canopy credit. So in total, at the end, they end up with 3,700 square total site canopy coverage with those 2 young oak tree plantings. That's 52.8% final canopy coverage. They don't need to pay any mitigation fees. Alternatively, if they don't want to plant 2 trees, they can plant 1 tree, 1 oak, and then pay for 600 square feet of mitigation at the end for that gap to the 40%. And, you know, there's a lot of other tree species that, since these are private trees, it's essentially a wide variety that folks can choose from that meet their landscaping goals, that meet their solar access goals, that meet their gardening goals. So, and we also offer up essentially for folks if they want to work with our urban forester to help choose which trees would match the site. So right tree, right place. So for these 2 portions, because the canopy and the preservation kind of go hand in hand, are there any questions from commissions?
Hamer?
Yeah, so I have a series of questions, and hopefully I can kind of ask them in successional order. So we, in our current housing code, say that you only need 33% vegetation. Does that conflict with a 40% canopy? Because technically, if you were to build your house out to the maximum that you are allowed, you would certainly be blocking solar access or retaining branches over the residents.
So it's my understanding that the 33% vegetation is on the ground. Essentially, it's vegetation on the ground coverage. So you could very easily, with 33% of a lot, even down to, 3,000 square feet, strategically plant a few trees to reach our canopy goal, which is up above, still allowing access and use of the space underneath. It's also why we offer up to work with developers to help choosing the right tree in the right place to meet both their solar access goals as well as their gardening, their agricultural or food production goals. We're going to work with them to essentially make sure that the trees are appropriate for the location. But yes, you can achieve a 40% canopy goal with 33% site vegetation.
Does a developer, are they allowed to count current trees that do not that are not technically on their property, but the canopy covers over their property that they are developing?
No, because they do not own that tree. So they're the adjacent property owner. If the trunk is on, the trunk does not cross onto their property line, it is not considered an on-site tree. If the trunk does cross onto the property line at some point, it is considered an on-site tree. That is because trees are still assets owned by that property. So if the neighbor decided to cut down their tree, they are within the right to do so with the appropriate permit. And that canopy credit is completely gone.
So then my last question, thank you, Chair Roosevelt, for allowing me this, is if I plant a tree as a developer on the fence line, can I count all of that tree canopy?
If it's on the line of the property, if any portion of the tree crosses onto the property, it is considered an on-site tree.
And I can count all of the canopy, no matter where the tree is situated, as long as it's on the property.
If it is an on-site tree, it's 100% of that canopy, or 75% if it's a new planting.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hummer, that was one additional question. Commissioner Kashrabadi?
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. Thank you again for your time and the presentation, and for dealing with a lot of the stop and go. My question is, so if there's a tree on a neighbor's property and its canopy leans over, the tree leans over to the homeowner side, the neighbor side, it's not counted towards their canopy, but if they wanted to cut it back to the property line, that's their responsibility.
Yes, so a property owner has the right to trim vegetation that overhangs their property line, but they do not have the right to remove the tree. The property that owns the tree can remove the tree even if the vegetation overhangs onto the property line. So really it's just around ownership.
Right, absolutely. I just don't get how it doesn't count as tree canopy, but they would have to pull the permit for a tree that's not on their property because it overhangs. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's really just while they might get the benefit of that overhanging canopy, it's like as if your neighbor had a beautiful house that you appreciated the view of. It's a benefit, but it's not promised to you. And I think that's where we were struggling in the code, is to make it so that we have something that the property owner who's developing the site truly has control over.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sherman?
Thank you, Chair. Following up on Commissioner Hemer's smart questions, the tree that gets planted kind of on the property line. So I'm thinking about, a scenario where we might have a developer purchase a large property and redevelop a handful of townhomes, where each of those could be split up into multiple parcels. And if those trees are placed on the property lines, you're essentially being able to double count them for each of the parcels in terms of meeting tree canopy goals. Is that a correct kind of hypothetical?
Yeah, so Peter's shaking his head no. I was going to say we wouldn't allow that when going and reviewing that process. A big key portion of this too is that we are working with the developer and having our urban forester look at this, and I'll cover it. There's essentially a site plan that shows where all of these trees will be. And so we would catch that, and that would not be allowed.
Well, let me add to that. So if I understand your question, Commissioner Sherman, so what you're suggesting, if you plant a tree so the tree would, you would have to plant the tree on site. So if it crosses the line of the property, it's not on site. So the other site would get the benefit of it. So the way that we've got it, you have to plant it within the tax parcel, the property, within the property boundaries. So
for the replantings. So for the preservation, it would, if the tree was on the property boundary for the preservation standard, potentially both sides could claim that canopy credit. For the replanting to meet our canopy standard, you would not be able to count both credit for planting on that property line.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll also caveat, this is supposed to be an integrative process, both with our planning department, with our engineering team, with us. Our urban forester will be at the table when we're going over these development plans. And, you know, it's by no means supposed to be a one-way street. We're hoping that we can actually work with the developer ahead of having these plans, so that way we can help them choose the appropriate tree for the right location and help them meet these standards.
Thank you, Natalie. Would you like to finish up?
Yes. So we had our preservation standards and our canopy standards, and those were really about preserving and then replanting up. So this next two standards, our protection and soil volume, are around ensuring that the trees that stay on site and the trees that are planted stay healthy. So protection standards are needed because construction practices without consideration to trees often leads to tree death. You have really heavy equipment rolling over tree roots. You have soil that's getting compacted down to, you know, almost clay-like or concrete-like densities. And that is just not a condition in which a new planting will thrive. So these protection standards essentially ensure that the newly planted trees or the preserved trees are protected from the impacts of development. So the protection standards include development of a tree protection plan, establishment of root protection zones, which you can see here is like the fencing that's right around the outside of these large trees related to the drip line, which is the edge of the canopy, management of encroachment into root protection zones, and fencing requirements. What we do allow is if the prescriptive path is not practicable, we do allow a performance path. So essentially it's under the guidance of an ISA certified arborist, developing essentially allowances if they can't follow the prescriptive standards. And that might occur, say, if the site has constraints with moving equipment or you know, if there's just limitations in using the site and developing on the site, and we don't want to preclude that development. We will not, though, allow a variance for a root protection zone for an off-site tree. So if your neighbor's tree has roots that extend onto your property, you can't get a variance to say that you can drive over those roots, because essentially we can't ensure that that tree is going to be healthy, and we don't want to jeopardize an adjacent property owner's asset. And then soil volume standards. So soil volume standards requires appropriate soil volume for new plantings, and this is to improve the tree's chance of long-term success. So an ISA best management practice essentially is 1,000 cubic square feet of soil volume per tree. And then a soil volume plan created by an arborist is required for this development, essentially permit. And then the project arborist also, oops, sorry. Now it starts working. The project arborist must verify that the soil volume plan was successfully implemented. So this is a really good example here on the right of your screen. You see here are two trees of the same species, but with different soil volumes. So one tree obviously is thriving while the other one is stunted in growth. And that's because sometimes they're affectionately referred to as concrete coffins. The lack of soil volume also leads to infrastructure impacts such as lifted sidewalks, such as trees or tree roots intruding into streets and other kind of paved areas. And then finally, mitigation standards. So this is essentially our fee in lieu of or our mitigation if folks don't meet our prior standards. So there are mitigation standards for the percent canopy removal associated with our preservation standard, and the totable canopy percentage needed to meet 40% lot coverage, which is our canopy standard, would be paid by the permanent applicant. Applicants may apply for a variance in lieu of a mitigation fee for alternative construction designs and techniques. So this is for those examples of, say, you can't reach that 40% site coverage of canopy, but instead you want to do a community garden or you want to do an on-ground solar array. This is something where you can essentially offer up an alternative design. It would go to Planning Commission for review, and so staff would be essentially providing you the information to help you make that decision. But this offers that site design flexibility, and the intention is to promote the sustainability benefits that might come from other infrastructure or site features. And then I just created this too. This just kind of shows you essentially what's required to submit an application. So it's just a tree inventory. So an inventory of trees over 6-inch DBH on the site, a preservation plan. So the arborist or the contractor works to determine what trees are staying, which ones are going, highlighting that on a map, showing where essentially the protection standards fit in. This is very similar to, say, a stormwater plan or an erosion control plan. A tree canopy plan, what's going to be planted back with species, making sure that root barriers next to sidewalks, near infrastructure is appropriate. And then an arborist report, which summarizes all of this information. Pausing again for questions or comments.
Commissioner Heimer?
I just want to make sure on the soil volume and that last slide that you showed, is that for everybody that plants a tree?
It's recommended. I mean, of course, it depends on the species, I will say, but I believe it's kind of for a widespread, and an arborist would be better to answer this question, I should say. But I believe for just a widespread practice, 1,000 square feet is recommended for a tree.
So as a homeowner, if I wanted to plant a tree, not only do I need to get a permit to remove a tree and then replant a tree, but I also have to get a permit for a soil volume?
No,
This is not for sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I was just going to say these standards only apply for development.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Commissioner Massey? Commissioner Massey? You're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Natalie. My question relates to the protection plan, and we've had occasion in the Planning Commission, and it's not limited to trees. It's related to all vegetation in a new development. And a couple of times we've been faced these situations where we're trying to decide, well, what sort of contractual lock are we trying to put on the developer that, you know, like I remember there was one discussion about 100% of the vegetation has survived 3 years, and we didn't like that one, and I think we kind of came up among the commissioners that we liked 80% over 5 years, and I don't think any of those are really bad answers, but they're probably not really expert answers. And so my question is, somewhere in the code, will we have, you know, will there be something more definitive, you know, for protection plans for trees and new development?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and one that we kind of flirted with the ideas around bonds for trees. You know, we do bonds for trees with our own city contracts for public plantings to ensure that the trees survive or are maintained after a certain amount of years. That's not in our code right now. I'm not sure if that might be something that we could explore in adding in.
Well, and I'm not saying it would be the same on every project, but it would just be an informed sort of standard, you know, recommendation when these projects come forward, so that the commissioners are not trying to come up with their own good idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's definitely
not that we don't have good ideas, but you know, sometimes they're not expert ideas.
Well, it's definitely something we can look as staff to help you with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we go on to Commissioner Sherman, my hand is raised. I get to. I just want to say that, Natalie, that would be my comment. Is I remember particular cases where it was suggested or recommended that for developments that we consider bonds for tree for the lifetime of the tree, so that, or a certain period of time for the tree. And so I personally would be interested in seeing that developed into our code as a recommendation. Okay, Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, I'll just follow on that line. And Commissioner Massey, I think you were generous in our creativity and expert opinions on this topic. But you know, I guess, and to flag for other commissioners, I mean, there is. I'm looking at the packet, not on but on the packet itself, the PDF page 222, it does talk about the city has authority on performance bonding. So I don't know when or how that would take place. And Natalie, I don't know if that is part of the iterative process that you're envisioning. But I think as Commissioner Massey and Chair Losfeld mentioned, like there's times these things come before us without that. And yet we're being asked to provide variances on things where we want to make sure that we, as Commissioner Massey said, kind of lock in those public benefits. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on the performance bonding piece other than what's already been said to share with us. And I also had another question around kind of fencing protection.
Yeah, I'll just add that we've been kind of talking about the idea of doing performance bonding. We just have to see how we can bake that into the development review and the code.
Okay. So in terms of fence protection on page 211 of the PDF, it talks about having signage designating the protection zone and penalties for violations must be secured in a prominent location on each protection fence. Is there, as part of that signage, do you also envision if you think a violation is occurring, please call the city forester at phone number?
I think that's a great suggestion. I think we haven't quite figured out what the sign was going to say, so I'll add that to it. We do have, I will say for folks, we do have an urban forest phone line, an urban forest email, and our urban forest website. So we do encourage folks to contact us directly.
And Natalie, is the sign is provided by the project team, so there's no template sign that has to be hung?
We can create a template.
I think that would be,
for example,
I think that would be
yeah,
wise, so that standards in terms of just legibility and information that's there is all standardized, that there's no cutting corners.
yes.
Okay, is this, Natalie, did you get to the end or was that a pause?
There's one more.
Okay.
One more chunk, I think. No promises though. I just wanted to reiterate that we are developing a low-income assistance portion of this. That's at or below 80% of the median household income for the Portland metro area. This is consistent with our public tree code as well as some other programs that we have, including our construction excise tax and our home energy score program. So this is to assist homeowners who are looking, or property owners who are looking to remove a tree and they're low income qualifying and they need help with that or assistance with that permitting process. So this is what we just really had in order to show what the fees were, the fee types. So for the so this is for all of the tree code. So now we're back into the realm of the private tree code that we're proposing. For the non-development tree types, there's really just the permit application fee if you're applying for that type 1 permit. There are additional fees, including a removal fee for the type 2 if it's not that simple freebie, or if it's a hazardous tree, or if for the variety of different approval standards reasons, fire hazards, public safety, et cetera. There's also enforcement and restoration fees. So if you remove a tree over 6 inches in DBH without pursuing a permit, and then there's also fee in lieu of replanting. So if you don't want to replant a tree. For the development, there's really only these top permit reviews as well as tree site inspection fees. Folks, you could potentially not pay any mitigation fees for developing your property if you meet all of those standards. If you don't meet the preservation standard, there's a fee in lieu of it. The canopy standard, there's a fee in lieu of it. There are threatened and rare tree removal fees imposed, and that's to preserve those really important keystone species. Of course, we want to work with the developers to see how we can prioritize and preserve those trees. And then there's enforcement and restoration fees similar to the non-development. And then I really just wanted to wrap this up with, this isn't happening in a silo. We're doing a whole bunch of outreach and education around our urban forest. We're developing a new urban forest kind of outreach campaign. So that's that top right logo that you see there, growing trees, growing community. We're going to be essentially redoing all of our outreach materials with this. We just had a really great Arbor Day celebration, which all these photos are from, that showcase things like we have an Ask an Arborist booth. So we encourage folks to come and actually talk to our arborists on staff. We have arborists on our tree board. We have our tree board, who is a community advisory board. They're out there talking to the community, giving away trees. And we also are working on a variety of different handouts and things. City of Portland has a really great call before you cut campaign. And that's kind of what we're trying to emulate, is just, if you have questions, we have staff there to answer them. If you have a tree and you want to remove it because, say, for example, it's a fruit tree and it's producing so much fruit, there might be an alternative to removing that tree, and our urban forester would be happy to talk to you about it and see what we can do in order to help you preserve that tree or take you through the right steps. So, that's the benefits of being a small community, is that you can just give us a phone call. And then that's it. And I just want to showcase the donuts that we had at Arbor Day before they blew away in the hurricane winds of the rain and hail.
If I can I sort of jump in for 2 more slides and then we can turn everything back over. Thanks, Natalie. Really appreciate it. If you could just flip to the next slide. Again, I just kind of wanted to wrap this up before we kind of moved into the next part of the hearing. So obviously, any questions from the commission? And then one of the the requests or the thought for tonight was to get a vote and a recommendation to City Council. And if the hearing is continued, it would be to December 14th. And then I just wanted to reiterate on the next slide what the City Council review process is for folks. Again, there's a work session on the 21st, and then there's a series of hearings that have been scheduled with the City Council for their review of the proposed package when we get there in the new year.
And Vera, if I can jump in real quick too, and I just correct me if I'm wrong, but sort of the primary purpose of this hearing as it related to the tree code was on the development component of the tree code.
That was intended to be the focus, for the commission. Yes. Yep. And that's it.
Okay, so this is one more chance for clarifying questions to staff. So does the commission have clarifying questions? Commissioner Sherman?
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Hemer for a second. I closed the web browser where my question, I'll be ready in a moment, sorry.
Commissioner Hemer?
That is a first that somebody defers a question to me. So I guess I want to ask an overall general question, then I have some specifics about mitigation. But Peter just said we are working on development, but we are voting on the residential tree code as well tonight, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So about the mitigation money, where does the mitigation money go?
That's going to go into our tree fund, which is outlined in the code for a variety of different urban forest promotion, preservation, and maintenance.
And then we've talked about solar, but if I wanted to put in, let's say my dog likes to play with a ball, and so my pine trees are blocking my throwing lane in my yard, or if I wanted to put in a swimming pool, or if I wanted to have a garden, I would, to remove trees on my property, I would have to pay a fee in lieu of. Is that what I'm kind of understanding?
It very much depends on how many trees and for what reasons. If you wanted to remove a pine tree in order to build a swimming pool, that you're allowed on the approval standards for the type 1 permits, 1 healthy tree removal under 18 inches. For a $50 or whatever, permit application fee would be, with no additional removal fees.
Okay. And then if we get allowances for mitigation, right, which would be the 1 healthy tree, or even if I had to move 2 healthy trees, do I still have to have an arborist if I decide that I'm just going to pay the fee in lieu of anyways? you.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, thanks. We have a lot of different page numbers, so I'll give you all the page numbers here. Page 209 of the packet, which is also, that's the PDF page, which is also 6.2, page 165, which is also page 19 of the draft private tree code, talks about the variance procedure. And it says an applicant may apply for a variance to the tree preservation and/or tree canopy standards. An application for a variance will be heard and decided by the Planning Commission in accordance with the provisions of MCC 19.1006 Type 3 review. The applicant is required to demonstrate that equivalent or greater environmental benefits are provided as preserving or planting the required tree canopy. And then it provides a handful of examples that may go there. And Justin, perhaps you might be able to help on this. I'm trying to answer for myself in the future. What are the approval criteria that we should be making deliberations on these variances on? Is the approval criteria that the applicant is required to demonstrate that equivalent or greater environmental benefits are provided as preserving or planting the required tree canopy? Is that our approval criteria, or are there other approval criteria?
Justin, I don't know if you want to answer this one or if this is.
I'm trying to find the page of the code. Could you shoot me another shot at that?
Sure, yeah, so
but generally speaking, yes, the way the code is drafted right now, there's general approval criteria for a variance. So there's the general variance criteria in 19, but there's also a showing that you're required to make to justify your departure from the canopy coverage standards.
Yes, it's 6.2, page 165. So it sounds like the general approval criteria is that the variance has equivalent or greater environmental benefits, however those benefits might be quantified or communicated to us, than what that preserving that one tree or planting a new tree would have yielded. Is that?
It's my understanding that it's up to the developer to prove to Planning Commission that they are meeting that criteria. Otherwise, they can follow the prescriptive path of the clear and objective tree canopy and tree preservation standards.
Correct. I would agree with you now.
Could I jump in with a clarifying question? So does this just mean that an applicant cannot use the hardship variance criteria?
I'm
and would
not
instead
sure.
have to use the discretionary?
Yes.
If I can, yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Vera.
I just wanted to jump in on Commissioner Edge's question because the question's a good one. It goes back to the approval criteria because there are the established type 3 variance approval criteria that have to do with impacts. There's also a hardship section for the type 3 variance, but I think the way this was intended is that it's still a type 3 variance, so those are criteria, but then these are added criteria that go on top of that are specific to the tree code. So the applicant would need to show compliance, or they would need to address all of the approval criteria, including these ones that are specifically written out in the tree code.
Even for a hardship variance?
I think so.
Is that, I mean, it just sounds to me like it seems to, I infer from this that it's telling us that there's no hardship, that it's a discretionary review only, and that it has, that's kind of the standard is on top of our regular discretionary criteria. And so I guess I would recommend that we add some clarity to the language there, so that if the purpose is to not allow a hardship variance, that we spell that out unambiguously. But if it is allowed to do one or the other, that we just make sure that we know how we're supposed to apply the criteria in addition to the hardship criteria.
I mean, and I guess that's, yeah, I think that's also part of my question when I just opened up the Milwaukee Municipal Code, but 19.1006 type 3 review doesn't actually, unless I'm missing something, which I very well could be, doesn't articulate approval criteria at all. And so is this then the approval criteria is the equal or greater environmental benefit, or are the other approval criteria we sometimes get, like hardship or other public benefits, or I can't rattle off all of them, also valid approval criteria?
I think that's what we'll need to clarify then, because this is a reference to the process of a type 3 review. A type 3 variance section is 19.911. And so I think we as a team, I think you're asking a really good question. And I think we'll want to make sure that we're understanding what we think, you know, is this the approval criteria, or is it in combination with the standard type 3 variance criteria, which is where the hardship criteria comes in that Commissioner Edge was talking about. So yeah, it's a good point, and we'll need to reconcile that. Yep.
Okay, if there's no further question, I am going to move on. So this portion is regarding testimony and a question of whether we've received any correspondence on this matter other than those items included in the meeting packet.
The short answer is yes. We've received quite a bit of written testimony since yesterday. The packet was posted last week, and then starting yesterday and a lot today, we've received comments. And I think there might be some email comments that came in after 6 o'clock tonight. So I'll have to go into my email inbox to check those. But all of those comments that were received up until about 4:30 this afternoon were all sent to the Planning Commission, basically as soon as I got them. And then we posted them all on the meeting webpage as well as a single PDF. So all of them are there as well. We received comments from the Sightline Institute. We received comments from John Brown, Malcolm Street here in town. We received written comments from Elvis Clark, Ms. McCarthy, Ann McCarthy. We also, let's see, sorry, I'm going through all my notes. David Aschenbrenner submitted comments, Jay Panagos, let's see, Renee Moog submitted comments. We received public testimony from the Milwaukee RIP group with an attached petition with 64 signatories. We received a letter representing, I think, 20 folks from Chris Ortolano, Sarah Smith, Tony Jordan, David Cole, and Pam Denham. And then, if you'll forgive me, I need to go into my email inbox to find out, to be able to just mention the folks that submitted comments late today. We've gotten comments from Gary Klein regarding parking issues downtown. Those came in after 6 o'clock. And then we received comments from Neil Schulman from the Watershed Council. Those came in after 5, I think. Yep, after 5. And then there were some comments that came into the planning inbox late today as well, from Steve Klingman, and those were specific to the tree code.
Thank you, Vera.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity for testimony and support. I just want to remind everybody we'll be keeping a 3-minute timer. If you wish to speak in support of the presentation of this that we've just heard, please use the raise your hand function. *9 if you are on the phone. We're going to ask you to state your name and your city of residence, and make sure to keep your comments concise, and they should be directed towards the applicable criteria. Again, we'll have 3 minutes, and Vice Chair Edge, if you would give them a 30-second heads up when their time is about to expire. With that in mind, Vera, did anybody raise their hand in support
I'm sorry, Chair. Could you please clarify? We may have people on here that may want to talk about other things than what were presented tonight that people may not have had a chance to give public comment to. Are we only doing the people that want to talk about tree code tonight, or are we allowing everybody to speak about anything in this total package right now?
This is relevant to the full package, not just the tree presentation this evening. So
Okay,
I
just wanted
apologize
to
if I
clarify
made that.
because you mentioned just the presentation tonight. So I just thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair Lisfeld, I have 4 folks so far that have their hands raised. I'm going to start 5. Okay, I'm just going to go down the list. So I have Stefan Lashbrook first. Stefan, give me a second. I'm going to allow you to talk. And you should be good to go, but you're still muted. There you go.
Thank you. Stefan Lashbrook. I'm a resident of Milwaukee. I live in the Llewellyn neighborhood. I'm speaking in support of especially the tree code provisions. You've heard my comments on some other things. I will say that in my professional career, I managed departments in 3 different cities that did have tree codes. I think this one is pretty creative, and I think it will serve the city well. I say that knowing that it can't be perfect, and that a year from now, all of you, all of us involved will look back on it and go, God, we should have done this differently, or we should have done that differently. But that's always the case. I mean, the one thing that jumped out at me was the fact that the appeals of the foresters' decisions would go to the city manager. I've never seen that kind of provision, but if the city manager is willing, I guess that's okay. Although I would recommend that you add some language to talk about what sort of procedure the city manager would use. Is it a quasi-judicial process, or is it just a review on the record created by the urban forester? I think it probably should be the latter, unless you want to turn this into a hearing process that could consume a lot of time for the city manager. I guess on that, I would also add some language that says it could also be a designee of the city manager to complete that process, just in case the city manager is just completely unavailable. So those are the only comments I was going to add tonight, and thank you for all your efforts, and I'll be glad to answer questions if I can.
Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any clarifying questions? No. Okay, Stefan, I appreciate again that you've showed up this evening as you have before and provided your feedback and comment.
If I could add one more thing, I would say it's about time.
Understood and agreed. Okay.
Okay, Neil Schulman is next. Neil, I'm allowing you to talk. You should be good to go.
Neil, please state your city of residence and then we'll start your 3-minute clock.
Thank you. I'm Neil Schulman. I'm the Executive Director of the North Clackamas Watersheds Council at 2416 Southeast Lake Road. And I think there's a lot to commend about this plan, and there are a couple of gaps and things that I think we should probably address. The things that I think the city should be commended for is that 40% canopy goal is going to be critical. We all know that the summer temperatures we had this June, when it was 114 degrees in our council's parking lot, we have not seen the last of that. We know the many benefits that trees play, from increasing property values to allowing low-income families to build intergenerational wealth to stormwater. And I don't need to reiterate that. But the thing that I think really is critical is the way that the city has planned middle housing, trees, and parking together. And we strongly support the proposal to remove parking requirements below cottage cluster level, because we've got to make room for housing and we've got to make room for trees. And that is the only sensible way to do it. So we really strongly support that. We really strongly support the protection of trees at 6-inch diameter breast height rather than 12, because if you don't protect them at 6, they don't get big enough to get to 12. And we've seen that in other cities. To the things that I think are the gaps we need to make sure we close. And some of this is on a code level, some of this will be on the fee schedule level, is first of all, the best way to get to a 40% tree canopy is to start with protecting trees that already exist and are already big enough to provide those values. So that means that the practice of engaging with developers needs to really happen early, so that rather than saying we've designed a building, we're going to now deal with the trees as a cost of doing business and pay into the mitigation fund. We see this with stormwater all the time. The building's designed and there's no place to put the stormwater. So we end up with, rather than saying, how do we design a building with green infrastructure built into it at the beginning? So we've really got to make sure this code really works to create that pre-development level conversations between developers and city staff. And that the fee schedule has to be enough to disincentivize just saying, oh, I'll cut down the big trees and plant some new trees and pay
30 seconds.
A 2,700 fee for removing an 18-inch diameter breast height and just pass it on to the residents. We have questions about the variance procedure lacking rigor. We have questions about the affordable housing drop-off in tree preservation standards. People in low-income communities have less access to parks, not more, so those trees become really important. And we have some questions about that 18-inch freebie we think is too big. But I'm gonna stop talking because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Neil, thank you for coming this evening. Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions? Commissioner, Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Neil. I did have one question about the way that you phrased your reference to the parking standard, and that is, you said to below the cottage cluster level, and I'm just curious what you meant by that, because I believe that the proposal or the recommendation coming out of the last hearing was 0 for middle housing, but 0.5 for cottage clusters. Could you just clarify what you intended with your comments?
That we support that proposal, as you just described it.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that.
And Neil, I have a clarifying question for you, or maybe I'm asking your thoughts, your further thoughts. As you were closing, you were discussing the 18-inch requirement for tree removal. Can you just, what would your preference be? If not 18 inches, what would you be suggesting?
You know, an 18-inch DBH tree is generally big enough that it is providing value outside of that property. You know, it's typically getting pretty large. It is also, depending on the species of tree, if it is an oak, it's a very old tree at that point. So there are, for those kind of freebies, for a simpler term, I think a smaller standard along the neck of the woods of like a 12-inch might make sense. Frankly, it's a bit of a loophole that from a standpoint of the Watershed Council and our focus on all the community and ecological benefits that trees provide, it could be an erosion of canopy that we're a little concerned about in general. But our feeling was that, you know, when you have a tree that's big enough that it's potentially shading other properties, intercepting stormwater off the street, it's providing a value beyond that property. And if we're going to give folks a freebie, which I understand the desire for, I would say probably 12-inch DBH is a more kind of private number that would be more focused on that particular property. Again, knowing that all trees have different shapes and things like that.
Okay, Neil, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you again for coming. Vera, who's next on our list?
Okay, Micah. I'm going to bring you over. And you should be good to go once you unmute. Thanks.
Micah, I know you're familiar with the process, but if you would state your city of residence, and then Vice Chair Edge will have your 3-minute timer start.
Yeah, can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Chair and Commissioners, thanks for having me. My name is Micah Meskel, and I'm a Milwaukee resident. And tonight I'm going to wear 2 hats, one of which is I was a member of the CPIC committee, and that's one hat. And my other hat is I also work for Portland Audubon, a local conservation organization with over 16,000 members in the metro area. So my testimony is for both. So as I mentioned, I'm one of the members of the CPIC committee, and I was one who had continuously voiced interest in reducing parking requirement minimums throughout the process. And to my recollection, I wasn't alone in that. Also mentioned earlier, I agree that most of our discussions were on values, trade-offs, and ways that the 3 issues interrelated. And not so much on actually voting on specific numbers. So with the stated goal of maximizing opportunities for middle housing throughout the city and the great importance of protecting and creating space for trees, reducing off-street parking requirements was the obvious route for me to come to this conclusion. So less space for parking means more space for housing and trees. I support all of the Planning Commission's proposed revisions thus far, especially the zeroing out of required off-street parking requirements for all middle housing, except cottage clusters. And now on to tree code comments. So overall, I'm very pleased with the direction the proposed tree code is going. It really prioritizes tree preservation while maintaining simplicity and proactive collaboration with city staff, which really sets it apart in the region. Many codes are complex and lean heavy on the mitigation side, but I really appreciate the collaborative sense that the city is taking to work with developers and residents to find solutions that can help retain trees. The tree canopy goal of 40% is a good balance of aspirational and achievable, and importantly requires all community members to play their role to achieve the collective goal. So I'm excited about the next step and looking at commercial and industrial lands as well, as they can play an important piece in this. I also appreciate the strategy of starting protections for small trees at 6-inch DBH.
30 seconds.
As Neil mentioned, that it will allow those trees to grow to 12 inches to be protected into the future. Some of the issues that we have with the code, I'm going to go on so the mitigation fee schedule, I think it needs to be adjusted to increase fees for removal of healthy trees to further incentivize the retention of those trees. And then, as Neil mentioned, the allowance of removal of one healthy 18-inch DBH tree per year is very problematic. It's a loophole. 18-inch trees are large, especially if we're thinking about different species, like oak trees, which could be near 80 years old at that DBH. And so I really urge you all to consider reduction overall, and then a bifurcated system that accounts for slow growing trees like madrones and oaks, to have it even be a smaller DBH for that freebie.
Thank you, Micah. So I'm going to ask if we have some clarifying questions, and I guess I've got 2. So Micah, if you have it in front of you or staff, can you tell us the page where the fee table lives? I'm kind of lost in a...
Yeah, so it's not actually in the code, but it's referenced, and it is a separate administrative document that, from my understanding, gets updated more frequently, is more nimble. But now
it's in the master fee schedule.
But we have not established what those fees are going to be yet. We've established the types of fees, but we haven't established what the actual fees are going to be.
Yeah. So I guess my comments are the fees that are on that table now, specifically the DBH mitigation fees. In our feeling, they're inadequate to really circumvent or
the fees
preservation.
Yeah, if I could add, the fees that are on that table in the master fee schedule now relate to trees on the public right of way or public properties.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pass it on then. Commissioner Sherman, did you have a question?
I do, and this might be most appropriate as a follow-up question for staff. In the level that those fees are set, Peter, is it correct to kind of assume that that's also part of a larger policy conversation between city staff, the budget committee, and other things as part of the annual city budget process, and isn't really in our swim lane?
I mean, I believe it's a discussion that we have with staff and council and yes, the budget committee.
Okay, thank you, Micah. I appreciate it. Vera, who do we have next?
We have Renee Moog. I'm bringing you over to talk. And as soon as you unmute, you should be good to go.
Renee, please state your city of in which you reside. Thank you.
It's a long night, and I appreciate all your patience and dedication to what I know is a complicated process and issues. I live in Ardenwald, it's Milwaukee, at the intersection of 42nd and Johnson Creek Boulevard. And I submitted some comments in which there's a list of questions clarifying some information that was in your last meeting. Is it appropriate to ask those questions? Or can I just comment myself?
You know, I think it's possible for you to ask those questions.
Okay, so, basically, and I want to say I was also on CPIC, and I was not one of the ones that was pushing for zero parking, specifically because that is not my reality or what I see around me, living on a very busy street that has no on-street parking. The proposal and the sudden shift from the minimum 1 to 0 doesn't seem to reflect anything that I see now or can see in the future as far as reality goes in my area. And so the questions that are within my comments has to do with the data that was started off the discussion that led to, I think, 5 people saying that they were in favor of going to 0. And that data was that Milwaukee has 765 buildable lots at 3% market absorption rate for getting middle housing on new lots. And it was said that you're only looking at 24 new dwellings of middle housing citywide. That was the premise for that we don't have an issue with parking. So I have questions regarding those numbers. By 24 dwellings, did you mean 24 lots or units? And is this per year or over 20 years? And if it's lots, has the potential number of units that could be developed been calculated and considered? And is it possible that the number of identifiable buildable lots will increase as properties are subdivided and middle housing is built on lots that was previously single family? In addition, has the reduction of on-street parking supply based on planned street improvements been calculated and considered? And have you included the additional parking demand of approximately 1,400 new units as detailed in the November pilot article? those units aren't necessarily middle housing, but more units mean more cars and will affect parking supply and demand. This all has to do with the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I want to give maybe Vera an opportunity to respond to some of those questions.
Oh, I can
Laura,
try. Sorry.
One second here, Vera, before you chime in. I just want to check here, Laura, and make sure we're following procedure here correctly. But we did start off in support, but I mean, I don't think the questions are necessarily in opposition. They're more inquiries.
Okay, and if I could just, that's fine. And I would just say, I believe that Commissioner Chair Edge actually ran those numbers, not staff. So if Commissioner Edge can respond to those questions, that would be super helpful.
Sure. Thank you, Laura. So the billable lands inventory numbers did come from Vera. That was 765 lots, new lots that are possible within the low density residential areas. And so they can be thought of as 765 new lots for what would be traditionally single unit dwellings. The market absorption rate number of 3% is the DLCD rules for calculating the added capacity of low density residential lands from the middle housing legalization. And the 3% number comes from their greenfield modeling, which is technically not even applicable to the city of Milwaukee, but the number that they recommend for infill is 1%. And so we can technically draw down our projections for increased units by 2/3 over what we were even discussing at our last hearing. Because of that 1% figure, but leaving things at 3% because that's what we had in the record last hearing. That 3% figure of 765 lots is a net add of 24 dwelling units, not new lots, 24 dwelling units across the entire city over the planning horizon, which is 20 years. And I will please ask staff to correct or clarify any of those comments.
I will chime in and state that the way you've explained it, and that's our understanding as well of certainly of the buildable lands inventory for buildable lots in the city and the DLCD numbers for the 3% absorption. So yes, that's where those numbers came from. So thank you, Vice Chair Edge. And if a couple of the other questions that Renee has asked, as far as the reduction of on-street parking supply based on planned street improvements, that has not been calculated. It hasn't. Those are capital improvements projects from the engineering department. Some projects can reduce on-street parking because of added curbs or so on, particularly onto arterials and collector streets, but some projects have little to no impact on-street parking, and some projects will add on-street parking. So it's very specific to the street and its existing cross-section and what its classification is as well for traffic. So I don't have an answer for that because it absolutely depends on the street itself and on the project itself. And I might just add that part of the code amendments, as part of some of our discussion that we had at CPIC as well, allows the alternative on-street parking design to include diagonal parking as well. So we've made modifications to some of the engineering code sections as well with the city engineer to allow for flexibility in on-street parking design where it's appropriate to allow for angled parking in addition to the parallel parking. So I don't have a good answer to Renee's question on that one because I talked to the city engineer and it just varies too greatly for where the streets, depending on the project and so on. And then Vera? As far as, oh, sorry, yes. of course.
I just wanted to keep us moving.
Yeah.
And just because there are other participants, and I want to make sure we've definitely gone over in this one. So if you had one final comment to make on that, I do want to move forward with the next audience member.
Sure. Sorry, I wasn't sure how we were handling the questions and answers, so I'm happy to move on at this point.
Okay. And Commissioner Sherman, I'm going to do the same unless you have a question specific to Renee.
I was maybe just clarifying that if the people have their hands raised, this should be in support of the proposed package, right? Because we're not neutral or opposition. So
that's correct. However, Renee was started out in support, and she had some questions, so I'm not even considering her in opposition. So I just thank you, Renee. I want to keep moving.
Okay, next on the hand raised list is Ted Labby. I can, and I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. I'm sure you will correct me. Okay, Ted, you should be able to speak now. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Commissioners, my name is Ted Labby with the Urban Green Spaces Institute in Portland. We advocate for the integration of green infrastructure and climate adaptation and planning and urban design across the Portland-Vancouver metro area. Your staff gave a great overview of the various community benefits.
Sorry,
of trees.
Ted, could you state your city of residence? This is
Yes, I live in Portland, Oregon.
Okay, thank you.
Your staff provided a good overview of the various community benefits of trees, and I think numerous studies demonstrate that even a single tree visible from a window can have significant mental health benefits for urban residents. And I think that's important to keep in mind. Tonight, I'm here to show my support for the proposed draft of your middle housing and tree code update, including the amendments recommended by the Planning Commission at your previous hearings. Milwaukee is setting the standard for middle housing reform within the region by integrating the consideration of urban tree conservation with the middle housing reforms. I know of no other city within the region taking this approach, and I think it's a good one. The city is proposing to further relax on-site parking requirements and expanded lot size eligibility for middle housing. I support both moves, and I think it's wise to relax parking to create more space for both housing and trees. We did provide detailed comments previously with Audubon Society, North Clackamas Watershed Council. Tonight, I want to focus my testimony on two recent changes to the code that warrant further consideration. The first, Neil and Micah spoke earlier about, is the allowance for residential property owners to remove one tree per year up to 18 inches in diameter without a permit. This allowance risks the incremental loss of trees from our neighborhoods. The permits are very accessible, and there are allowances for hardship and variances, as was discussed earlier. I recommend striking this allowance, but if you feel the necessity of retaining it, the size threshold should be lowered to 12 inches in diameter. Yeah, we just can't afford to lose trees in this incremental fashion across Milwaukee without the controls provided by the tree code. My second recommendation relates to the lower tree preservation standards for affordable housing. I do not think a lower standard of protection for affordable housing is warranted or fair. Affordable housing developments are frequently in low tree canopy neighborhoods. There's already a provision in the code for discretionary staff review and low-income assistance. Families living in affordable housing frequently have more people per square feet of living space, so outdoor common areas with trees and other amenities are arguably even more important than other residential developments. Please strike the lower standard for affordable housing and use just one standard for all residential development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate that. Any questions, clarifying questions? I'll ask you to be brief. Okay, thank you, Ted, for coming out tonight. I appreciate it once again. Vera, one last check for any additional in support.
Yes, Anthony Allen. I'm going to.
Anthony, as you're being promoted, please state your city of residence.
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I am a resident of Milwaukee in the Lake Road area. And while I generally support much of the tree code proposal, I actually do take issue with the size of the the minimum that you would be allowing residents to, homeowners or residents to take off their property. There are any number of tree species in this climate that exceed 6 inches in diameter in less than 10 years. Considering that so many property owners aren't very well versed in horticulture to actually be able to, there's so many mistakes being made by overly large trees being planted in rather dangerous places near houses, not only in issues such as ice storms that we've recently experienced, but infrastructure problems like roots getting into septic systems, roots breaking foundations of homes. There are several species of trees in this vicinity that do that type of damage in a relatively quick period of time. A Doug fir planted 3 feet from your house, which is a very oftentimes seen situation, will cause problems over time. Regarding the parking situation, I have gone through several times myself not getting mail from the U.S. Postal Service because they will not deliver mail. They have a rule that in order to have a mailbox on the sidewalk, which Milwaukee is requiring more and more, there has to be 12 feet for that truck to be able to get to the mailbox, and that is frequently violated to the point where twice I've actually had my mail not delivered by the post office, and when I did contact them, they stated that that is a federal rule which Milwaukee frequently breaks and the post office's recommendation is that they will just stop delivering mail until that is rectified. So until the city, which the city is currently insisting that my neighbors, when they do buy a property, if there was a mailbox attached to their house, they have to put it on the street. That's actually setting some residents up for not having their mail delivered when the city is not making any provision to have the mail trucks be able to deliver them, to be able to do their job. So I do question whether or not the lack of parking for individual homeowners makes sense in a growing problem of traffic.
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. Any clarifying questions? Okay, I will move on then. Vera.
So I see Neil and Micah and Renee still have their hands up, but I'm going to assume that, okay, now I'm seeing some disappear. Okay, great. So those are all of the hands. That's it for the in support section.
Thank you. So this is opportunity for those to speak who have opposition, who are speaking in opposition of the application. Vera will promote you and you'll have a chance to speak for 3 minutes. I want to underscore the importance of staying clear and concise and sticking to the applicable criteria. We've got a number of people wishing to speak tonight, and if we need to, we'll just correct or interrupt to make sure that we're staying close to that.
Okay, Chris Ortolano, I'm promoting you over to talk, and you should be good to go.
Chris, please state your city of residence.
Mute here. Chris Ortolano, City of Milwaukee, Hector Campbell neighborhood. Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioners. I'll keep my comments very briefly. As you know, I've submitted a detailed letter sharing some of my concerns, most explicitly based on some of the discussion on the October 26th meeting. But I want to let you know that I have a question. I want to provide some context, and I also have an ask. So there's 3 things I'll discuss in the next 2 minutes. The first is my question, and the question is, has there been at any point during any of the open houses, the surveys, the CPIC meetings, or Planning Commission meetings, any discussion vis-a-vis the cumulative impacts of multifamily housing and middle housing combined, and the need for parking spaces. And here's the context for that question, is that I live 1 block from the Milwaukee Museum. I hope many of you have visited it. It's a great museum. And that is a good example of a location that will experience the cumulative impacts of new multifamily housing and the impacts of new middle housing. So if the answer is no, then I would request that this commission consider extending the public hearing process. And if the question is yes, I would like this commission to take some time now to explain to those and the residents what the modeling suggests for the cumulative impacts of parking, where there is both multifamily development and middle housing built side by side. Thank you so much for your time. It is an absolute pleasure to participate in this process.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any clarifying questions? Okay. Vera, I'm going to move on.
Okay, Renelle, I'm going to promote you next. And you should be able to speak as soon as you unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Renelle, please state your city of residence.
I am in Ardenwald neighborhood, Milwaukee. I've got 2 points. The first one, well, first I want to say that we've sent in a detailed letter and a petition with 84 supporters in opposition for a 0 parking requirement for middle housing units. My first point is to ask the question, who is middle housing supposed to be for? Reducing to 0 parking spaces does not match much of the population that middle housing is supposed to create housing for. Who is it that can't afford current housing prices? Young families with children who need to get around and buy groceries, the elderly, people who are being forced out of home ownership due to rising property taxes and all the bond fees attached. There are people with disabilities who can't bike and walk easily. And what about women who don't feel safe using transit at night? And our transit system, as is remarked constantly, is insufficient. And what about women who don't feel safe using transit at night and can't afford to take a taxi or an Uber or whatever whenever they need to go somewhere after sundown? This is the reality of our current infrastructure. Later down the line, if we take a more incremental approach, we could reduce as conditions change. With all due respect, a 0 on-site parking requirement suggests that middle housing is only for younger, physically fit men who like bicycles, even in the pouring rain. My second point is that I'm greatly disturbed about the evident lack of, with all due respect, commissioners being fully informed during the 1026 meeting and tonight's meeting that some of the commissioners who voted for 0 parking spaces have not reviewed the parking consultant study and have voted with insufficient information. And I wonder if this also means that citizen survey results and CPIC discussions were also not reviewed with any thoroughness. Is this an indication that the Planning Commission liaisons to the CPIC did not keep the Planning Commission fully and accurately informed of CPIC activities, including public outreach surveys?
30 seconds.
And also, why didn't the Planning Commission liaison bring up the idea of 0 parking spaces per unit during the CPIC meetings, where it could have been discussed and then put clearly before the public for input? If you want to reduce to 0, I believe that you need to re-present that option to the public. It has not been put before the public at any time. It is not up on the Engage Milwaukee website. It's a possibility right now, and I'm really disturbed. It seems to me there's a conflict of interest of the Planning Commission serving as the CIAC, the Community Involvement Action Committee, and there's been an over-reliance on the liaisons' perceptions of things that do not reflect all of the community input that is happening.
Thank you, Renelle. I appreciate your comments. We've gone over time.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you for attending, and we will have an opportunity later for staff to follow up on any questions during this time. So Vera, I'm going to move on to the next individual in opposition.
Elvis Clark, I'm bringing you over.
Elvis, please state your city of residence. Remember to keep your points concise and specific to the applicable criteria. Elvis, you're on mute.
Elvis Clark, I live in Milwaukee in the Ardenwell neighborhood. I oppose the tree code because of the 6-inch threshold you have there. I think it should be raised to 12 inches. I have, for instance, a maple tree that I'm letting grow because the little birds like it, but I was wanting to remove it eventually. But if you're going to have 6 inches, maybe if you're worried about getting to 12 inches, you may not even get to 6 inches if you have a 6-inch threshold. So that's my main gripe about the tree code as it is. But otherwise, I don't mind the 12 inches that City of Portland has. On the parking, I'm wondering if Commissioner Edge's analysis took account of the partitioning law that was recently passed by the state of Oregon that will encourage partitioning lots for middle housing. And I would think that would result in more cars on the street if you have a 0 minimum. And I suggest going back to the 1 per 1. And the aggregate numbers are not really good because every situation, you have a curve in a road or a hill, having a car parked right up by your driveway is going to block the vision. And a lot of our streets do not have sidewalks, and a lot of them are in poor condition. And if you are walking down one of our 50% or more of our, according to the city engineers report, more than 50% of our neighborhood roads are in poor quality. And I've experienced it myself, biking on potholes and walking in potholes to avoid oncoming cars. And if there's more cars parked on the street, and the car and public parking is being leaned on here, and it's a freebie that we're giving to the developers of these middle housing. So I'm opposed to the dropping the minimum parking down to 0. That's it.
Thank you, Elvis. I appreciate it.
Oh, I gave written comments, so.
Yes. Okay, Vera.
Steve Klingman has raised his hand. Hold on. Steve, I'm bringing you over.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for staying late. I'll be pretty much to the point as I've been taking notes along the way.
Please state your city of residence.
Sure, I live in Milwaukee, right on Johnson Creek. A good portion of my lot is in the HSA, and I got lots of trees, and I love them. But I'll say that with regard to the 6-inch rule, it's actually kind of hard to necessarily know if you want to keep a tree at 6 inches, before 6 inches. And if people were actually planting trees, they might—
I can't take Elvis off.
They might plant a row of trees and ultimately want to thin those trees after they're 6 inches, maybe before they're 12 inches. So I think that might be a consideration. I'm not really speaking in support or in opposition. These are just questions I've had as the hearing has gone on. Also, if the 0 space requirement for middle housing is meant to enhance design and plantings, what assurance is there that reduction of parking spaces is done for those reasons? We're saying that better design and adding trees is mitigation for reduction in off-street parking. So there should be some requirement that that's reviewed. With regard to middle housing and parking, it's said that there is ample street parking, but how can that be known? Middle housing can be built just about anywhere. And I realize you studied this, but it doesn't seem like that's that's able to be known at this point, that each situation should be evaluated on its own. I think that's it. Thanks again for having the process.
Thank you, Steve. Looking at the time, we are past 9:45. And this is an opportunity for the commission to either decide to move forward or continue this discussion at a future date. And I just want to
Chair Roosevelt, I would like to make a motion that we get through the public process or the public testimony and then make a decision on the expansion of time.
Laura, do we need a time frame? Or Justin? Justin showed up and then.
Sorry, I'm having all kinds of connectivity issues tonight. Yes, you need a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock, and it's best if you have some sort of time frame. So if you wanted to make a motion to extend it to say 10:15, 10:30, however you would propose to resolve it.
Commissioner Heemner, would you modify your motion with a time frame?
My motion is to get through the public testimony and then reevaluate the time. I don't know how long public testimony is going to be. I don't know how many participants it is, but for the legitimacy and for their participation, we should be able to hear them tonight. So that is my motion.
Commissioner Heemer, just because you extend it for a certain amount of time doesn't mean you can't have another motion to extend it if you bump up on that. It's 5 minutes till 10 o'clock.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
I'll second.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Can I suggest we take a break at some point?
We can take a break when we get done with opposition.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, let's keep going then.
I don't see any other hands up. Steve Klingman still has his hand up, but I think that's because it's just still there. So there are no other hands raised for opposition testimony.
Okay, great.
Could we try to get through neutral, Chair? Can we just try to get through the rest of the testimony before we take a break?
Well, once we get through the testimony, that was the intent with this meeting, was to get through the testimony piece, and then we are concluding the meeting.
No, I'm sorry. I thought Commissioner Ert had asked for a break, a recess.
I'm fine if we're just getting through this part. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I was just talking about having that temporary recess. If that's not an issue, then let's keep going through the testimony.
Okay. So we're moving into a neutral testimony. So anybody who's wishing to speak in neutral testimony, now would be your chance. Please raise your hand or use the *9 function. Make sure to say your city of residence and to keep clear and concise your comments towards the applicable criteria.
Okay, I have Michael Anderson. Michael, I'm bringing you over to speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Anderson. I live in Portland, work for Sightline Institute's regional sustainability think tank. I'm here at the request of Councillor Hizzy, who had asked me to look over the proposal and offer some thoughts. So that's what I'm doing. As somebody who is involved in the Portland version of this process and the state rulemaking around House Bill 2001 and some other analysis for other cities. So I'll offer a few thoughts. I'm speaking in a neutral position, trying to bring facts to the discussion. Obviously, we have a perspective. We're trying to reduce energy use and keep the planet healthy for the long run. But I'm just sharing some thoughts on what was said at the previous meeting and this one. There was a question about what do we do about situations like Johnson Creek Boulevard? A couple of speakers mentioned. I think the answer is that the parking mandate, removing the mandate, does not prevent the parking from being constructed. Obviously, I think it's obvious to every home builder and to every home seeker that there's no on-street parking on Johnson Creek Boulevard for long stretches. People aren't going to be willing to pay as much for a home if it doesn't have any on-street parking. Everybody knows that. Everybody's going to build it if they need it. And if they can figure out a way not to, well, what this says is you don't have to, but you're taking a big risk if you don't. And that's the way all real estate decisions are made, is people decide what is appropriate for that position unless they're required to do something else. And the city's proposing this is something that we're willing to let the site-specific decision determine what happens. What it does do when we require on-street parking is prioritize a parking space, an additional parking space, over a home or a job. It literally says, what the most important thing here is to create the parking space. If we can create a home or a job without creating a parking space, that's not allowed to happen. You have to create the parking space too. That seems to me like that is not always the best option. We will never be able to gradually transition into more proximal neighborhoods and more or less auto-dependent lifestyles if we continue to mandate that. There's also a question about who is it that middle housing is for. The fact is, if you look at the census figures for Milwaukee, 1 in 7 tenants doesn't own a car. 2/3 of tenant households have either 1 or 0 cars. That's the population we're talking about is overwhelmingly distributed among the lower income folks. If you look at just the people making under 25,000 in census tracts of Milwaukee's density around, thank you, around the country, you'll see that the 20% of tenants in the low income category have 0 cars, or 20% of all residents have 0 cars, and 80% in that low income category have either 1 or 0 cars. So when we're thinking about who we're locking out of a neighborhood by driving the price up, by mandating the parking, those are the people we should be thinking about and considering the effects of. There was an Eco Northwest study specifically of this issue during the rulemaking process, and it concluded that thank you, on small lots, even requiring more than 1 parking space per development creates feasibility issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Vera?
And that there are no other hands raised. Chair
Commissioner Sherman has his hand raised.
Commissioner Sherman?
I had a follow-up question for Mr. Anderson, Chair Losfeld, if that's all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, thanks so much for submitting your testimony and staying late with us this evening. I had 2 questions for you. First was on your closing comment about the Eco Northwest study. I was wondering, and the graph that you kind of submitted in your written testimony, I was wondering if you could just maybe talk us through that for a minute, especially
sure,
as you were running out of time at the end there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to fit in too much. You're talking about that really difficult to read chart with the various polygons.
Yeah, I think the cool, warm, hot market returns.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, shall I assume that you can all look at it if you want to? The gist of this chart is that if you, in many situations in lower rent areas, middle housing will not be built. That's what Vice Chair Edge was talking about. Most cases, it's just not going to be able to outbid whatever's currently on the lot. Whatever's currently on the lot is going to remain, which is just fine. That's what the best use of the lot in that case is, to leave what's there. In some cases, where prices are high, and that's specifically in locations where prices are high, there is going to be demand to create more homes, and that's how the system creates enough housing for people to live in places with lots of demand for living there. The chart here quantifies the fact that, especially on smaller lots, higher parking requirements just make it economically difficult to create those new homes. It forces the prices higher to be higher before the building can exist. The effect of that is that the building doesn't exist until rents go up. So what you're doing when you put costs like additional parking spaces that take up space on a lot on a building is you're forcing rents to rise before new buildings can come in and compete with the existing landlords, essentially.
Thanks. The other question I had about your written testimony was, you mentioned that Tigard effectively removed its parking mandates from low density zones in 2018. I'm really curious if you could share any perspective with us on the impact of that choice in Tigard, and has it created substantial negative impacts?
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner Sherman, that's not necessarily a clarifying question on the testimony. We're not necessarily looking to bring up new content or new comment. But if you have a clarifying question on something that was part of the testimony.
Of his verbal testimony is what it sounds like I'm hearing, not his written testimony.
This is a good opportunity to clarify the written testimony as well.
Okay, clarify is different from kind of expand on. And so Commissioner Sherman, do you have a clarifying question on either written or spoken testimony?
Yeah, I mean, I think my clarifying question is, are there any known impacts on those policy choices that were referenced in the written testimony?
I'm not up on the latest numbers on Tigard. The last time I spoke with the planner who on that project was about a year ago, Skylar Warren, and his assessment was very little is being built. This is a very, very long-term policy, allowing multiple units to be constructed on a lot without greatly increasing the size of the building is just something that doesn't change neighborhoods very quickly. That's what's happening in Tigard. That's what has happened in Portland. Duplexes have been legal on corner lots in Portland for 40 years, and 3.5% of corner lots have a duplex on them.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Chair Lesvelt, for letting me ask that clarifying question. Appreciate it.
Yep. Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again for your testimony, written and oral, Mr. Anderson. In your experience with the DLCD rulemaking, were you privy to any discussions about the 3% market absorption rate figure? And in your experience at the Sightline Institute, has that does your data bear that out, or because we're relying on that figure to project expected production rates and using that to be able to gauge impacts. And I'd just like to have some clarity from someone who is involved in that process. If you have anything to shed, anything you can shed on that figure.
I'll tell you, so there was some talk about that during the rulemaking process. I would say it was sort of used as a benchmark. It was like a plausible upper bound for the amount of infill that people expected could possibly happen from this on a ongoing basis. I was also part of the discussions around this when bill was in the legislature, and I'll tell you, the sausage there was that Republicans were afraid that this was going to be an excuse for liberal jurisdictions like Milwaukee to never allow urban growth boundaries to expand again. And so they said there has to be an escape hatch for that. We'll throw out a number. The Democrats said, oh, we're not going to get to 3% anyway. This is not going to, that's a high number that you could expect. And so we're happy to accept that because we're not going to create infill housing that fast. This is, like I said, both of those to me reflect the fact that this is a very slow transition that would occur as a result of policy like this.
Was there a time horizon that was discussed in terms of when we would start to see the results of this in either of those processes?
The fact is that we were going to see the results of it immediately. There are always some buildings reaching the end of their useful lives. There are always some trees that are they're reaching the end of their lives, right? We should be building a healthy forest, not just in trees, but in homes, and gradually planting new lower priced homes through neighborhoods. So I think that to the extent that people are talking about how long do we wait before that 3%, I think, that there's a figure in the legislation, and my impression of the understanding at the DLCD level and the legislative level was that everybody was like, that's like a reasonable upper bound for how fast things are likely to happen.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you showing up tonight.
Thanks for the invitation.
Vera, are there others with their hands raised?
There are not, no.
Okay.
Chair Roosevelt, I'd be willing to amend my time of 11 p.m. if we take a straw poll of the commission, if we would like to continue our deliberations on December 14th or continue them on tonight.
Straw poll. Would others like to finish out? We've got public testimony. We've got, I actually just lost my script, unfortunately. We're about to go up to rebuttal. And then that would close public testimony, which would close this discussion this evening, or we can continue on in December.
May I ask a clarifying question of staff? Do you have any rebuttal to the testimony that was given?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, straw poll. Who would like to continue on tonight, or who would prefer that we move into a deliberation on in December? Just how about raise your hand if you'd like to continue on tonight? So we've got 4, and those who would prefer to hold it to another evening. 3. Okay. Looks like the night owls.
I will not amend my emotion.
The night owls are going to win.
My emotion changes all the time. I will not amend my motion.
Okay, thank you. So we are then going to. Now hold on here, because Greg, you said 11 o'clock.
Yep.
But you also said public testimony piece, which would indicate if we're.
No. The city attorney told me that I had to have an exact time. So not knowing the exact time, I just threw out a time. So you can blame your own city attorney for that one, Lauren, not me. How about that one?
Commissioner Khosrowbadi.
I just had a quick question because there was some info that Commissioner Hemer had asked about from staff. If we were to put off this meeting to the 14th, would it be possible to obtain some of that additional information that some of the commissioners had requested from staff? Because if that's possible, then I would rather extend it to get more info. I don't want to try to slam this thing through because it sounds like, there's some, from what the commissioners were asking, it sounds like that there's some other holes that they'd like to have filled as well. In regards to information. So will we be getting any additional info between now and the 14th if we were to extend the meeting?
So Adam, I think specifically, I remember the conversation about tree canopy, of which Commissioner Sherman offered a quick draw from the hip kind of reference of doubling canopy. Were there other areas that commissioners were asking for greater information from staff?
I mean, that was the one that I remember the most of, but I mean, if there, I mean,
Yes, anything that would have happened in other, in the other 2 hearings as part of this, as well as, because again, closing out tonight and finalizing any testimony tonight is coming to a final recommendation on all of this content over the last 3 hearings. Commissioner Khosrowbadi, your hand is still raised. I think you're done. Commissioner Sherman.
Thanks, Chair. And this might be a question for Justin, kind of a point of process, right? If we close out the public hearing, and I guess, or is that what's kind of being discussed? Is closing out the public hearing and then moving deliberation to the 14th? Or are we talking about keeping the record open until the 14th, where we can then accept more testimony and have deliberation then? Or are we ready to close the record now and spend the next 45 minutes that we've already voted we're going to be here for deliberating?
Well, if new information is provided, then we have to reopen public hearing.
Right, you would continue the hearing. I mean, every option that you stated, Commissioner Sherman, is essentially on the table. If you want new information, you can leave the record open and continue the hearing. You can close the record, finish us out, and close it, and then either deliberate tonight or continue to have your deliberations on the 14th based on that information, or kind of the mixture of those.
Thank you. So just to throw something out there, I don't think I need any additional information on something like the number of trees and the types of trees in order to get to those goals. I think that a similar question would be asking about the numbers and types of houses to get to our goals. And I think we'd just be shooting from the hip, as was said earlier, to answer that. So I'm fine not receiving any additional information on that.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I too am comfortable with the amount of information that we have, because what we're making to City Council is a recommendation, and we have some flexibility in how we structure that recommendation. The City Council will be having no less than 3 public hearings on this matter, after the new year, and so it gives everybody the holidays to get through everything and not have to come back for another hearing in December. We can get into the new year and let the City Council have those hearings. I trust that we have enough information in the record that we can make, a kind of a fact-based recommendation. And so I'm comfortable with what we have, and any of that flexibility that we work into our recommendation can just kind of be in the form of guidance or requests that we ask of staff to take additional materials to the council. I think that would be okay, because I don't think that we're really talking about anything terribly substantial. I think we're just talking about details at this point. Is that a correct interpretation?
If anybody here on this panel would like to get further information, we just raise your hand and let me know so that we can. Okay, I think then we can move on, which would mean moving on would mean closing of the public hearing. That will be our next step here. So the public testimony portion of this hearing, VR-2021-01535. I'm closing the public hearing, rather, of ZA-2021-002. Okay, so let's do this. Let's take is a 5-minute break appropriate? 5 minutes? Okay, so let's come back at 21 after.
just let me get us on air. We are on air.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So we've closed the public hearing portion. Now is the opportunity for us to discuss as a commission. I'm going to do so in a somewhat organized fashion, if we can, kind of silo these conversations. I'm going to ask Vera to summarize recommendations up to this point on each of the 3 categories, and then come back to this gallery view, have conversation on that. If there's any adjustments or conversation to be made about recommendations we've talked about up to this point, let's have that conversation, conclude that conversation, then move on to parking, for example, do the same cycle. But I want to try and get us through this in an efficient manner. So I'm going to ask that you stay clear and concise and do not reframe conversation. Okay, so Vera, if you would, can we start off with housing?
Sure. So Natalie, if you could pull up. So this one is actually, it's housing and parking, I guess, a little bit, to be honest. So we've talked over the last couple of hearings about the overall package of code. These were the recommended revisions, as I understood them from the Planning Commission, based on the hearings that we've had, to that code package that you were provided at the first hearing on October 12th. Revisions to the flag lot and backlot sections of the code to allow flag lots and backlots in subdivisions, to reduce, and then
let's jump to 3 there.
Yep, reducing the minimum lot size for all middle housing types, as well as single unit homes, except for cottage clusters and townhouses, to 3,000 square feet. So that would adjust that whole table of minimum lot sizes. And then reducing the minimum setbacks. We had that chart at the last hearing specifically for income restricted housing. So that adjusted the setbacks. So I wanted to make sure I heard this correctly. So if folks could let me know, and then maybe we can parking for a second until we cover the housing stuff, just so that I'm clear on what our recommendations would be to council.
Yes. So commissioners, outside of those 3 bullet points, are there any, is there any conversation, clarifications, or updates and changes you'd like to see made to the housing portion of this hearing? Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know that we need to make them for this hearing, but the testimony from the Sightline Institute referred to some strategies for more deeply affordable housing that I find particularly interesting. And while I recognize, where we are in this process, there will be a few city council hearings, and I would like us to just incorporate a recommendation to city council that they consider ways to use, what other ways that the development code, the zoning code can be used to encourage production of deeply affordable housing, income restricted housing. That I know that's a goal of the commission. It's a goal of the city. It's obviously we've got policies backing that up in the new comp plan. And without making any prescriptive decisions tonight, I really just would like to encourage the city to continue working on that aspect of deeply affordable housing production and seeing how we can get there with the code.
Vice Chair Edge, with that being such a wide cast net, I just wonder if you add anything to that to provide a little bit more structure to the recommendation. I mean,
specifically in looking at the testimony, the written testimony from the Sightline Institute, where they show some data about the public subsidy that's required per dwelling, and how you can get the public subsidy down to lower numbers, how you can ultimately get more deeply affordable housing into middle housing, alongside market rate units. So I guess where 50% of the units are market rate, and yet you would still qualify for the affordable housing bonus. I think last time we were talking about the question of, is it 1 unit? Is it 2 units? Is it all the units? How do you qualify for the affordable housing setback reductions and those kinds of things? And so it's really just in that same vein, it's kind of taking that a little bit further and just requesting that staff, and city council have a more purposeful discussion about where those other opportunities might be, and then make that public in time for, those hearings. And so that the city council can receive feedback about some of the concepts of how the code could help deliver more deeply affordable housing. But I don't want to be prescriptive. I'd like to just refer to the sightline testimony in this case.
I think that gives just enough meat. And Vera, I wonder if, referencing the public comment and providing some suggestion, is adequate. Okay, Commissioner Hemer?
Yeah, I would like to revisit this idea of changing the rules for low-income housing. And I'll relate it to this. So Libra Ford, our president of our North Clackamas School Board, got involved in politics because her child, who has a peanut allergy, had to go sit on top of a stage so that the other kids down below could have peanut butter. And so all the kids that's sitting there having lunch could look up at Libra Ford's child and say, oh, you have something wrong with you. It is the same thing that we're going to do with this low-income housing, is that if you allow it to have special rules, and it can be 10 feet closer to the street, it can do everything that it can, it will identify it as low-income housing. And I think that is a terrible thing to do to a person who's trying to live in a community.
So you're talking specifically about bullet point number 3 there, Commissioner Hemer, relative to setbacks.
The last one we had. I think that is a terrible thing to do. I think we've loosened up the rules enough that we can allow certainly a lot of different types of units without stretching it to make sure that you can identify where low-income people live. I don't think it gives you any advantage to anybody who builds this low-income housing to be able to do these things. And so I would really advise against putting that in. I think you are doing a disservice to the people that live in that house, and you are giving them what I would call a scarlet letter.
Thank you, Commissioner Hemer. Other comments on the housing portion? I'll just comment and say that I would second Commissioner Hemer's comment. I too see issue with this third and final bullet point, and I would recommend that we consider striking it from the recommendations.
I don't agree with that. I think that I think we can have, we want to encourage, a little bit more flexibility to try to get that actually affordable, that more affordable housing. And so I feel like if you have income restricted units, I mean, maybe the trick is that, you can have market rate units inside the same building. And then I guess you don't know which person walking out of that development is wearing the scarlet letter. We're all just collectively living in a structure where, some of the units are market rate and some of the units are income restricted. And how do you know, when you're out on the street, which family, which individuals walking out of that house, walking out of that building are, being subsidized. But if you require 100% of the units to be subsidized, and that's the only way you qualify, then it's a scarlet letter for everybody walking out of that development. And so I feel like, if that's really a concern, then let's make it so where not all of the units have to be deeply affordable or income restricted in order to qualify for that, and that you can qualify with some market rate units in the same structure.
Vice Chair Edge, if the setback is reduced, wouldn't the assumption be that everybody in that complex is affordable housing or lower income? I mean, no one's gonna understand that there's one. And
so if I'm renting the market rate unit inside, or one of the market rate units inside that building, and I walk out and I guess people look at me and think I'm being subsidized. I mean, I don't know. I'm personally, that doesn't bother me because I'm not being, subsidized. So I guess I don't feel like I'm being singled out, but, I don't know. I feel like, if you make it ambiguous, you don't know, who's living in there, and then it becomes less of an issue in my mind. It's more diluted. But I appreciate that I may have different feelings about this than others.
Okay, Commissioner Kashrabadi.
I understand I can totally see the merit behind, not wanting to have the setback. But I think that the purpose to put the setback in, to reduce the minimum setback, was to incentivize reduced income housing, or income restricted housing, affordable housing, however you want to call it. Because I think that's not what we've done enough of, is incentivize to build. And that kind of gives them a little bit more freedom in development and design, and a little bit more living space for the person it may be intended for. For example, if there's a single mother with children that needs more space, I mean, that's really what the purpose of it was intended for. And really just what Commissioner Edge said, the fact that if it's a duplex or a triplex, you're not going to know which unit's affordable. And I understand, people can assume that everyone in that unit or in that building is subsidized. How many of us are going to walk down the street and be like, oh, that's a 10-foot setback? I mean, let's be real. I mean, how many of us really know exactly what 10 feet looks like, or who's going to go take a measuring tape down their street and down their block and say, oh, this is a 10-foot setback, they must be affordable housing. So at the same time, I understand that point, but I also look at we think about that because that's what we deal with on a daily basis on the Planning Commission. We deal with these numbers, we deal with feet, we deal with all this stuff. But the average person taking a walk down their street, I don't think is going to look and say, yeah, that's definitely a 10-foot setback right there. They're affordable housing. I think the benefit outweighs the other side, the opposition to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if I have strong feelings on this either way. I think the one thing I was wanting to clarify is that through kind of a type 3 variance, right, an applicant could ask for flexibility on those setbacks anyway. So there's a path. It's just it seems the question is it by right, or if we're talking about making it by right here. And I don't know if as long as the pathway continues to exist, I don't know if I have a strong feeling on which of those paths it should be.
Commissioner Hamer?
So what I'm trying to understand is, what advantage do you think a 10-foot setback versus a 20-foot setback actually gives? Well, we haven't talked about the zero parking yet, but let's assume that it goes into the one parking spot, right? Well, you need 18 feet for that one parking spot, we know, right? Which is, so that house has to be set back 20 foot anyways. And what real advantage are you getting? I guess what you are suggesting is that we should make our low-income houses larger than our regular housing. I don't know if that's an advantage or not, because if we start talking about the trees and everything else, all you're doing is adding more square footage onto that. You're not actually giving it a proper front yard. You're just going to assume that they're going to take up 75 or 67.333% of the property to build a house, or build a dwelling, whether it's a duplex, triplex, quadplex, whatever. I don't see what the advantage is. And you want to know how people will know about it? It's because the neighbor next door says, well, this guy can do it, how come I can't? And that's how the word will spread. And it will be a scarlet letter.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Humer. I am seeing, if I am hearing that this is the only issue that we have with housing, then I do want to kind of take a vote on this one particular thing. Commissioner Kosh-Robati, if you have redundant comments to make, okay, I just want to be clear about that. So at this point, then I think it's worth a straw poll to see those who are in favor of maintaining the current recommendation, which would limit the setback. If you are in favor of maintaining that, please raise your hand. Okay, if you oppose and you'd like to see it struck from the recommendations, please raise your hand. And if you're abstaining altogether, please raise your hand. And Commissioner Ernst, I did not see in.
I missed it. My hand didn't go up high enough.
Which one did you?
In favor of it.
In favor of striking, or in favor of maintaining?
Correct.
So that was, in favor of maintaining was 3. Opposing was 2, was 3.
Was 3.
So we have a tie.
I think that the compromise is making sure that we have a clear and direct pathway to be able to do it through a type 3 variance, I think is a very reasonable compromise, at which Commissioner Sherman suggested.
And which we already have in place.
What about a type 2? What about a type 2 variance with an appeal to the Planning Commission?
Oh, I agree. That would be way better. Commissioner Sherman, is that enough for you to?
Enough.
That's enough. Okay. So then the recommendation, Vera, that I'm hearing from the group is to strike it and maintain it only as a type 2 variance path.
Okay, so the recommendation to the City Council will be to revise the language in our type 2 standards for income restricted housing to accommodate that chart of setbacks that we talked about. Great, thank you.
Okay, parking.
I don't know that we need the slide, because I think we know what we said. So
let's just do it because.
Okay, all right. Natalie, if you could pull up slide 7 again, please, from the deck. So again, the posted code that was originally posted was the 1-for-1 with some by right reductions for proximity to transit and income restricted housing. The discussion following the October 26th hearing was to reduce the minimum off-street parking for middle housing to 0 spaces per dwelling unit, except for cottage clusters. In that case, off-street parking for cottage clusters in the RMD zone would be reduced to 0.5 spaces per cottage. So parking standards would not be changing for single unit homes or multifamily development. Those stay the same. So that's what's on the table.
Okay, let's go back to gallery view. So the leading question that I will make on this is a vote as to whether commissioners would like to review the recommendation that is currently in place, or if you approve it as stated. So if you would like to review the current recommendation for off-street parking, please raise your hand now. If you are in favor of maintaining the recommendation as it's stated, please raise your hand now. If you are abstaining, raise your hand. Okay, so by
Chair
order,
Roosevelt, may I at least be able to present my argument, if I may?
you can present your argument.
Thank you. I want you to realize that the public testimony overwhelmingly was against this idea. The CPIC went through it, the parking study went through it, and the people that testified that said that this was a great idea were all urban planners in the Portland area. So if you really do value the citizen input, you should weigh that a lot more heavier, right, than what you think that it's going to accomplish. Commissioner Sherman said, well, if it gets too messy, then we'll just go ahead and put it back in. How about this? How about if we're only talking 23 units at the most? Why don't we review it back in 10 years when all these drivable little cars are going to be coming around, even though that we all know it's going to take 30 years for the government regulation to figure it all out. But why don't we just go ahead and give it another 10 years, right? And then we can see if our transit system gets better in Milwaukee, if our population density changes at all. Why don't we do what the citizens ask us to do, or the residents ask us to do, instead of listening to the outside consultants? That is my argument.
Thank you. Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Hemer. I mean, I appreciate the dialogue on this, and ultimately, it sounds like we're proposing this completely fantastical thing, this huge deviation from reality. When the truth is that all the evidence that's in the record, all the best available evidence that we have to make decisions, to make estimates about the impacts here, indicates that over the next 10 years, we'll be lucky to see a quadplex built. And if that's the case, if we can get one quadplex and it has only one parking space or 0 parking spaces, and that's the impact on the entire city over the next 10 years, then I don't want to wait. I think that we can calculate those impacts by saying that we have a parking survey that shows that we have over 1,000 parking spaces available in 4 neighborhoods, and that we're really talking about just a handful, at most a couple dozen additional dwellings, and the car that will probably have parking. I mean, again, let's look at the the sightline testimony again. I mean, most likely these will continue to have parking, provided they just won't have to. And so I really don't think that when you look at all of the available evidence, the sum total of all of the evidence, the impacts are, I don't know that we'll even be able to measure the impacts of this decision, other than it may help us produce some additional units that may be more affordable. And that's that's what we're trying to do, is the spirit of what we're trying to do with this vision. And so I really just want to draw us back to, again, nothing in the CPIC process, nothing in, before we started talking about it ourselves in our own hearings. No one came to us and was like, we're only talking about a couple dozen dwellings over the next 20 years. No one came to us and said, you've got 2,600 parking spaces in those 4 neighborhoods. You're barely not even using half of them. No one came to us and said any of that. No one, it was not part of any of our discussion. And so I think it's important to weigh all of that and to say, we had the benefit of being able to take the sum total of evidence and analyze it. And as a group, we looked at that and made some, I guess what some people might consider an unintuitive decision, but when you really look at the data, I think it was the intuitive decision. And I'm really proud of us for looking at that data and really weighing that seriously. So anyway, I think that if there would have been the more benefit of some discussion around this, and we really knew that we were talking about anywhere from 7 to 24 units over 20 years, we're not even going to know. We're not even going to feel the impacts of that. And so I'm comfortable that what we're doing, pushes this into the city council and says, hey, look at the evidence. This is how we feel. This is what we believe is the right way to go because of the evidence in the record. And if, city council can, decide what they want to do politically, but for us, I feel comfortable that we're making a good recommendation based on the evidence.
Thank you, Vice Chair Edge and Commissioner Hemer. To the 3 commissioners who have their hand raised, I'm just going to ask you, if you're duplicating testimony, I'd like to ask you to put your hand down. If you have new content to bring to this conversation, then keep your hand raised. But I do want to move us on to the tree code. So Commissioner Sherman, your hand is raised.
Great. Thanks, Chair Losfeld. And I'll be very brief here. I would like the record to show that in kind of close review of the parking study recently, table 17 on page 33, which is the final summary table, differs from the table that's presented in the executive summary. And the main difference in the summary table at the end of the report and the table in the executive out what the additional capacity might be if we accounted for the garages that were counted in the study. Now, as a community, we've required these garages over time to be built for the storage of cars. I recognize people use them for a variety of things, but as the consultant points out in the footnotes at the end of this study, that when you account for the garages, the additional parking supply is 5.4 stalls per property across the city, which is a whole nother stall than the more conservative estimate is kind of showing. So again, I'm just raising that because I'd like the record to show very clearly some of the evidence in the footnote there, that we might even have more supply than we previously thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. So I think out of fairness to cap this conversation, just one last time, for all of those who would like to support the recommendation as it stands for parking, would you please raise your hand just to confirm that that is the direction after this last several minutes of conversation? Okay. And those who oppose it, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Vera, I think you know the current recommendation stands. Let's move on to the tree code. And if
Sure,
Natalie, if you wouldn't mind, Commissioner Sherman, are you recognizing the time?
I was recognizing the time. My motion to extend to 11:10.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of extending the meeting to 11:10? All right, all opposed? I'm opposed. I'm going to stay opposed. Okay, so Natalie, if you wouldn't mind, can you pull up your screen and if there's a summary, if there's probably not a good summary on tree code.
I do not have a single summary slide.
So we won't have you rehash any of that presentation. So I think this is maybe the first chance that we've had an open conversation about the tree code with lots of questions today and lots of answers. So is there a commissioner who would like to start off with maybe making a summary of recommendations that can be reported in the staff report? Commissioner Sherman?
I don't know if this is a complete summary of what the recommendations might be. I think I think we've heard a lot of really thoughtful testimony. I think the one thing that really or maybe two things that really speak out to me in terms of recommendations is maybe an added conversation with the city manager about whether or not they or their designee would like to . I think the one thing that really speaks out to me in terms of recommendations is maybe an added conversation with the city manager about whether or not they or their designee would like to. handle those appeals. So that's, and then I think also kind of clearing up the variance criteria for the on tree code. And I've kind of scribbled together what some language might look like. I don't think it's worth entering into the record here on the fly, and would be happy to send that to staff. But again, I think that could also be part of the recommendation of staff and council working together, just make sure that that variance language is tight. And I would say specifically does not allow for economic hardship criteria as part of that discretionary path.
Okay, my internet was getting a little choppy, or maybe Commissioner Sherman, your audio. So I'm turning off my video for that reason, but I wasn't quite clear on what you were saying. You wanted to make the language clear around what specifically?
Sorry, I was talking about for the variances on tree removal, that the standard variance criteria that we use for so many developments includes a discretionary path. And so I'm saying that maybe it should be those environmental benefits that are spelled out, and those should come into, I think it's 19.911, and maybe we should have a new subset just for tree code. This is me getting into the weeds, but I think staff and council should figure out what the variance for tree removal looks like, and that it should not have economic hardship as one of the criteria.
Okay, Vera and Natalie, are you following that? And maybe Commissioner Sherman's audio is coming in better for you all. Okay. Okay.
Elizabeth, may I ask a follow-up question of Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Why? Why not economic hardship? We give economic hardship for every other reason. Why not with trees?
Sorry, I just turned off my camera. Can you hear me now better?
Yes.
I would like to know the logic of, I guess, the logic of it.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Hemer, I'm just working off of what staff had proposed in their report. Their proposal was around environmental benefit, and that was kind of the proposed criteria. I think, as I was pointing out, and Vice Chair Edge was also pointing out, we typically have other criteria. And so I think, and maybe the question for council is, what are the criteria? And we should get clear on that. Because you're right, there might be some circumstances where economic hardship makes sense, but I think as we've seen in a number of our proposals that come before us, sometimes the criteria is all you have to do is satisfy one of the 8 things to get approved. And is that the criterion that we want to set on tree canopy? I'm not sure, but I think that should be part of the larger conversation.
Well, because correct me if I'm sorry, Commissioner Sherman, but correct me if I'm wrong. I believe staff said it was just a layer on top. So you were going to allow all the type 3 variances plus this other stuff. So that was kind of the intent of it at the beginning. And now we're kind of changing the intent. And I guess I really want a solid answer from you. Why not economic hardship?
I think when you go, well, it's the variance criteria. I guess the larger point is the variance criteria are not clear. I asked the question of what the variance criteria are, and I think staff said we'll have to get back to you on that. So I think the recommendation is we need to get clear on what those variance criteria are. So when these are coming before us as a planning commission, we're able to say, does it check the box, whatever the box is? As kind of it appears to be proposed by staff, there is no economic hardship criteria in the language. The language is all about it's equal or greater environmental benefit. That's the language in the code. You can shake your head, but that's the language in the code. Is that the criterion that we want? That's the question. And I think we need to get clear on what those criteria are. So that's, I'd say, would be the recommendation.
Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you. I agree with getting clear on the criteria. I think that the statement, the applicant is required to demonstrate that equivalent or greater environmental benefits are provided as preserving or planting the required tree canopy is possibly mutually exclusive with the criteria for an economic hardship variance. I think that it would probably be contradictory. And so which one wins? Is it really a layer on top of economic hardship? And so if we really want to allow economic hardship, then let's allow economic hardship and not pretend that there's some environmental benefit attached to that that would make the economic hardship unfeasible to meet the criteria, I guess. So I think that they're mutually exclusive. And that's why I would support the language, inferring from the language that there is no economic hardship option, that it really is the discretionary criteria only, and that we're supposed to use whatever discretion that we have to determine if the environmental benefits are equal or greater than if the preservation. So that's how I'm interpreting that, and I'm comfortable just making that clarified, I think, in the way that Commissioner Sherman was describing.
Thank you, Vice Chair Edge. One of the comments that I wanted to make or add into this conversation is relative to the freebie as it was promoted and the 18-inch minimum. 18-inch minimum, and the recommendation that we heard from others to reduce that down to 12 inches. So I just would like to hear from the commission if there's interest in reducing 18 to 12 for the one tree permitted annually for removal. Straw poll, I guess we don't have all cameras on, but I want to say, if you agree, can you just raise your hand to reduce to 12? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, if you oppose, can you raise your hand?
I'm sorry, I had a question real quick. What was the reason to do that? I'm sorry. Can you remind me as what was the reason that people wanted to go from 18 to 12?
Just because from my understanding that 18 inches is just a very mature tree. Right, and okay. So the suggestion to 12 is.
Thank you, sorry.
I had my camera off, sorry. I have a clarifying question before I feel like I can vote. What does that then mean if you have a 13-inch tree?
So the 18 inches is related to the type 1 non-development approval standards. Non-development approval standards where it's your freebie, essentially, where you essentially get one free tree removal without paying removal fees, as long as it is less than 18 inches in diameter at breast height. So if it's larger than 18 inches at DBH, then you need to apply for a type 2 removal permit. So there was recommendations to lower that to 12-inch DBH.
12-inch. Thank you for saying that a lot more clearly. Okay, if we're there, Peter, you turned on your video. You have anything to add?
I just wanted to clarify that. So, we talk about a freebie, but, the code does also allow, under that type 1 removal, reasons to remove trees for other, there's other reasons a tree could be removed, and that tree could be healthy. So it could be that tree is having an impact on the adjacent dwelling unit, and perhaps it's damaging the foundation, and there's no way to keep it from happening. So there are other reasons why trees can be removed, but this is sort of like you don't need the reason to remove a tree, or it's just sort of like I need to do some landscaping work, perhaps, right?
Right. Thank you for that. Okay, so one last time, and Commissioner Sherman, if you could somehow indicate through video or otherwise, if you support reducing from 18 to 12, please raise your hand. Okay, I see my 3.
I support.
4, 5. Okay, so if you oppose going from 18 to anything, 12 or otherwise, two in opposition. Okay. All right. So Vera and Natalie, I think you have that one written in. And then the last thing that I wanted to bring up, and I think we got there, but I just want to make sure, was an interest to include some kind of discussion around bonding for the development code. Bonding to ensure some kind of protection of the tree for a minimum standard, if that's 2 years or otherwise. Do other commissioners support that idea? Yeah, I mean, it's helpful if you do and you'd like to continue to talk about it. Just 2 of us. Okay. 3 of us. 4.
I would much prefer to know a lot more information than just throwing out the word bond, because I know what that means. But I don't want to make a decision by saying, oh, well, why don't we just go ahead and throw in this bond for 30 years without some sort of plan or idea or how that looks or how that affects, how that gets carried. Who carries it? I mean, there's just a lot of questions to it.
If the recommendation is that rather that staff look into appropriate bonding and make recommendations to city council, is that acceptable to you?
That would be fine.
Okay. And others, does that sound like agreeable? Okay. So I'm getting, and Commissioner Sherman, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Natalie and Vera, I think that one is also, and then Commissioner Kashravati, your hand's raised.
Yes, I just wanted to, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back and touch on the economic hardship. Because I'm in favor of having that as well. I'm still kind of confused as to why we wouldn't include that. I know Commissioner Edge explained it. Could you explain it one more time, Commissioner Edge? You said that they're just, it would be one or the other, or?
The draft code says, the draft code says, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I keep getting my battery low warning now. Let's see. So the draft code says that an application for a variance, the applicant is required to demonstrate that equivalent or greater environmental benefits are provided versus keeping the tree canopy per the standard. And so, you're either saying, I have an economic hardship, I can't do this, and you please need to grant me relief because I can't afford to do this. Or you're saying you need to meet the discretionary criteria, which means that you're showing that there's greater environmental benefits. I don't think that you can do both. I don't think we can require both of an applicant. I think you're either coming in and saying, please give me some relief. I need economic relief, but we can't then turn around and say, well, show us greater environmental benefits, or you're not going to get your economic relief. I don't think that's a fair way to review one of those requests.
That makes more sense. Okay, I agree. I agree with that. They'd be basically putting another burden on them, in a sense, right? To have to prove something else.
Am I the only one? I'm sorry. Am I the only one that is looking at a different list than what Commissioner Sherman is? Because every time I reference one of his pages, I'm way off.
Craig, Commissioner Hemer, so I think what I'm looking at is page 6.2, page 165. And it doesn't refer to MCC 19.911, which is our standard kind of variance criteria that we deal with on a lot of land use, on a lot of type 3s that come before us. So it appears to be kind of presenting a new kind of variance approval criteria. And I'm just wanting us to—
3-minute warning, guys.
I'm just wanting us to get clear as not just the Planning Commission, but as the city on what are the approval criteria for those types of things that will come before us. And as Commissioner Edge is pointing out, if we have one set of variance criteria that's telling us it's equal or greater environmental benefit, and there's potentially other criteria out there, which one prevail? And so I think that this is just an area that needs a little bit more definition. I move to extend to 11:15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, 11:15. Commissioner Hemer, does that answer your question? And did you find the page?
Yeah, no, I finally found the page. And I interrupted Commissioner Ernst, and I apologize for that.
I'm good.
Okay. Are there other additions or amendments to these recommendations specific to tree code? Commissioner Hemer?
I think that the development tree code is written quite well. I do have a problem with the residential. And here's my statement, is that, look, we need about 17% or 13%, depending on what number you run with, more trees. And to get to your 40. And you certainly get more bees with honey or flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So our goal should be to hit the standard of 40 and then preserve the trees that we have. Because really what in essence that you are doing is you are creating another tax on the residents of Milwaukee. Now, for those of you who don't live in Milwaukee, or for those of you who make more money than I, or those of you that have not had 10 friends move out of this city in the last 2 years, not because their rents are too high, but because the bills that the city of Milwaukee require them to pay, they cannot afford. And you can go anywhere else in the city of Clackamas, or in the county of Clackamas, and pay half that rate, just what the Oak Lodge group found. And all this is another tax on the citizens. It is pushing out the residents that all of you are fighting for in this middle housing. And you should recognize it as that. And I am sorry. Darn be the property rights. And the thing that threw me over the edge was how much the residents are taxed and how many people are living because they can't afford to be here. Now, maybe that's the overall plan, but this is just an added extra cost and extra burden onto the residents. If we're at 40%, I'd be all for it, but we're not. And so I oppose the residential portion of the tree code. Thank you.
Commissioner Ert?
Echoing part of that, I agree with the development. I agree with the preservation goals. I agree with the trying to increase to 40% canopy. My question is, hypothetically, I have 3 large trees in my backyard. If I wanted to remove 2 of them, in one scenario, let's say that I wanted to remove one of them that was over 18 inches, how much is that going to cost me just because I want to remove the tree? Because let's say I wanted a garden out there and I wanted more, or I just wanted more sunlight. For whatever reason, it's rubbing up against the fence and causing problems with my neighbor's house. So I want to remove that tree. How much is that going to cost me about? And I have to hire an arborist still, or what's the application? How much is that going to cost me realistically? And then the second part question is, what if I wanted to remove 2 of those trees to build an ADU or, additional housing in my backyard? What is that? Is that an additional cost?
3-minute warning again, guys.
That just the real costs of people, of homeowners.
So Commissioner Ern, I think Natalie covered that cost during her presentation and then again during question. But Natalie, I don't know if you have that quick reference of cost.
We have not established any fees yet, a fee structure. That has not been done.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this for the large tree over 18 inches, that would be a type 2 permit. And so if there's no other reason, no infrastructure damage, no public health hazard, no fire hazard, et cetera, there would likely be a removal fee associated with it. I don't know what that is at this point. If you're building an ADU, that would kick into the development code because it's an additional housing unit. And so
approximately in both of those, can you give me like a ballpark figure?
It would be likely less than what the public one is for the master fee schedule per DBH.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30, if I may.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed?
Amy, let me answer your question and not Natalie. Here's what happens. I have a chainsaw. I graduated with a forestry degree. I can chop down trees. I don't need to hire an arborist. But unfortunately, the city now, if you want to remove one or two of those trees, they're going to make you hire a non-required state certificate. Yes, you are.
I just want to correct that for the type 2, for the removal of a tree, there is no requirement to hire an arborist. It's only if you're needing for the type 1 approval standard.
If it's healthy or unhealthy. That's
not if you're applying for a type 2 removal, and if you're not trying to qualify for one of the type 1 approval standards for dead, diseased, or dying, or the other approval standards that say you need an ISA certified arborist, like pests, fire hazards, et cetera.
So ballpark, how much is it typically to apply for a type 2 removal?
We haven't established any fees.
Like in other areas, is it $100, $35?
Usually it's a permit fee. It can be like $35, $50.
So, and then that's the application portion. It's found that I have no reason to, what's the fee for me removing that?
We haven't established that fee schedule yet.
About like a $4,000 or like a...
Yeah, if you chop down a tree, you have to either replant a tree or you have to pay a mitigation fee.
Okay, so if I replant the tree, I don't have to pay the mitigation fee, but if I do, then the mitigation fee, I saw a number like $4,000.
So that for the $4,000, that is if you're doing the development standard. So if you're building a housing unit or subdividing, that hits into the development tree code. So then it would be essentially if you didn't plant, if you removed upwards of 15% canopy, then we gave that example of different brackets you would fit into. Those are just examples. We haven't established any of those fees yet.
Okay, so I want to remove 2 trees that do have a large canopy coverage to build an ADU. I may have to pay for an arborist or may not, pay the application fee, and then in addition pay fees for removing the trees. And if I replant the trees, I still have to pay a portion of those fees, which could be like $4,000+ on top of the cost of building additional housing in my backyard.
I think we're confusing the two different. We have the non-development tree code, which is those simple permits, simple application fee, type 1, type 2 permit. If you're building a housing unit, then that kicks into the development tree code. And that's when we have the tree preservation standards, the canopy standards, the soil volume standards, and the protection standards. And so for the mitigation fees for the development tree code, in the example you're just giving, where you're taking down 2 trees in order to build an additional housing unit on your lot, you would just need to ensure that you're planting back to 40%. If you remove under 30% canopy, then there's those 4 stages of mitigation fees that you'd have to pay. And then you just have to obey by the soil volume standards and the protection standards. If you meet all of those standards, so if you plant back to 40% with that future mature canopy, if you remove don't remove more than 30% canopy cover on your site, then you don't have to pay any mitigation fees. You can pay a fee in lieu of replanting if you do not want to plant back up to that 40% canopy.
With my particular property and a lot of properties, I think I don't even know how, if I built an additional unit and took out 2 trees, I don't even know where I would plant any more trees, because we already have a lot of trees and we already have a lot of coverage on our entire property. So I don't even know where I would plant.
Commissioner Ern, I just want to stop for a moment because our time is limited, but if you have a specific point to make about amending a recommendation or adding one or something, but I don't want to continue to repeat.
I support the development on the new development, but for existing homeowners, especially with building additional housing or just making changes to my property, I do not support the fee schedule, and especially not knowing, I haven't gotten any clarity on exactly how much this is going to cost homeowners and property owners.
Okay. Are there others who are in opposition of the residential portion of this code? Okay, Commissioner Sherman, your hand.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Chair Losfeld.
Okay.
I think this is just a question that hopefully staff can kind of clarify for commissioners or members of the public who are interested in advocating on that fee schedule. Where is the table? Who are the people and where are the tables they should go to participate in those conversations? Again, it's kind of outside of the scope of the Planning Commission. But, should they be emailing Peter? Should they be going to City Council? Should they be going to the Budget Advisory Committee?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sherman. And Natalie, do you have a quick answer? I want everybody to remain quick because time is short.
That will be part of the City Council hearings. So I encourage folks to participate in those hearings and submit testimony once we have those fee schedules.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Kashrabadi, your hand went down. Is there any other comments, changes, update or support of what's being proposed for the tree code?
I just want to say thank you for all your work, especially you, Natalie. I know I hit hard, but it's just, I do appreciate the dialogue and the presentation.
Thank you. I think that goes for all of us. Appreciate what was presented tonight. Okay, so Vera and Natalie, I think you have your recommendations. I think we've summarized those for each one of the sections. With that in mind, then I think we are going to move on.
I believe we need to vote.
Yep, and I'm just getting to my script, so sorry.
Oh, sorry.
But I appreciate you keeping me square. Vice Chair Edge, your hand is raised.
I would like to make a motion. Can you hear me okay? I did
Yes.
switch off my headset. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of application file ZA-2021-002 with the recommendations in the record as captured by staff this evening.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Great. I have a motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
2 in opposition. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate the conversation back and forth. Other business. Do commissioners or staff have other business? I have one other business item. Veterans Day is on the 11th, and I'd like to just recognize Commissioner Massey and Commissioner Kashrabadi, who both provided selfless service to all of us here. And thank you again for your service, and appreciate your continued service on the Planning Commission. And I hope you both get to take some time off on Thursday.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Hemer.
I'll be quick. November 13th from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., there is a recycling event at Exceed Enterprise, which is off of Mallard Way in the industrial area. And it's sponsored by James Recycling, so they take all sorts of stuff. So go to www.jamesrecycling.com and check out what all you can do. That is the site of our styrofoam collection site. So
what was the day, Greg?
November 13th, which is Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m.
Commissioner Vice Chair Edge.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to announce that on Saturday, also the November 13th, from noon to 1 o'clock will be the Oak Lodge Governance Project will be presenting Dr. David G. Lewis, who is an assistant professor in anthropology and native studies at Oregon State University. The presentation will examine the history of the Oak Lodge area before the arrival of Europeans and delve into the various tribes and their interconnections. And if you'd like to register for that, please go to oaklodgegovernanceproject.com or send me an email and I'll help you find out where to go.
Just following on that very shortly, as Commissioner Hemer knows, Dr. Lewis has uncovered some interesting parts of our city's history, and including some of our founders, and would encourage all of you to consider attending his event or watching it if it's recorded.
Awesome. Anything else?
Do we thank staff for being, maybe if we're out of announcements, I don't know if we're out of
I know, we've got like 6 minutes, so you
My
might as
favorite
well
is that
burn
Peter
it.
stayed on just to make sure that Natalie isn't funding her overtime. That's why Peter stayed on.
I'm salary, Greg. I don't get overtime.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
Well, we appreciate your time and the staff's.
Can I just make a note of the forecasters?
We do, yeah, we forecast for future. Laura wants to get her 2 bits in.
Just my 2 little bits is that, hey, listen, this was our last Planning Commission meeting of the year.
Wow.
So we were able to get through this hearing tonight. And the one thing that we had tentatively scheduled for December 14th is not going to be before you because the application isn't complete. And so that is it. So I will just say thank you all for a fantastic year. It's been such an interesting journey for me, and so interesting to work together in this environment, and not having even ever met any of you in person. I just want to thank you for all the hard work you do and making our jobs just a pleasure and a joy to be here and working with you through all of these difficult conversations that we're having. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Laura. This is a huge milestone. So great job, everybody. And thank you, Vera, for your continued commitment to this conversation. So congratulations to you for getting it this far. All right. Good night, everybody. Happy 2021.
Yeah.
See you in 2022.
Do we need a motion to adjourn, or do we just go?
We always need a motion to adjourn.
I want Greg Hemer to stay on for 5 more minutes.
Let's talk, Greg. Let's keep.
Yeah, no, we got plenty to talk about.
No, that wasn't an open.
If you want us to do it, we can.
Yeah, before we.
I will entertain a motion.
I will. Okay.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. How about that?
All those. Oh, come on, second. God. All those in favor.
Aye.
Aye. All right. All those opposed. Greg's waving his hand, of course. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good
night, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Thanks so much.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.